Chapter 122. The ferocious-looking Thorns was traveling alone in the endless wasteland of Gorst. It was dragging a cargo compartment behind it, which made it look like neither fish nor fowl. The cargo compartment was filled with parts and materials that were worth millions. They were all items that Han Xiao had purchased in one go. Han Xiao was the only one in the car. As he drove, he observed the coordinate radar and headed toward a deserted city called Grey Metal Ruins. After completing the River Valley Manor mission, his favorability with the Blood-Pact Society had increased tremendously. Based on this development, as long as he continued to complete missions, he would be able to obtain legendary points before the open beta. He would also be able to complete the class advancement mission and obtain the Night Stalker class. This subclass was relatively rare in version 1.0. Other than obtaining new skills, Han Xiao was also planning to use it to reach level 40 and begin the second class advancement mission. The upper limit of the main class, Trainee Mechanic, was level 15. The higher the level, the more experience he would need to level up. With the current efficiency of gaining experience, adding a new subclass was a good choice. It could also improve his combat style. Before carrying out his plan to deal with the Germinal organization, Han Xiao planned to build a secret base to store supplies and equipment. This would give him an escape route. Currently, the Fabian organization was very reliable. However, he was used to leaving an escape route in case he had a conflict with the Fabian organization. Although the possibility of that happening was very small, it was safer to rely on himself. Everything would change, especially relationships. Brother Xiao had seen too many of such things, just like his ex-girlfriends. As long as the hoe was swung well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug out. Since ancient times, deep feelings couldn't be retained, and tricks were always used to win people's hearts. If love had a color, then it would definitely be the color of forgiveness. Society was too fickle, and if one wasn't careful, it would go wrong. It was not worth mentioning, we're almost at the Grey Metal Ruins. The brownish-red ground was like solidified blood. The wheels rolled over the hardened soil, making a unique sound of friction. Through the window, he could occasionally see some strange-looking plants growing sparsely on the wasteland. It was bleak and desolate. At the end of his vision, the outline of a ruined city appeared. The Grey Metal Ruins was a dead city. Even wanderers were unwilling to live there. Only insects and beasts lived there. This used to be the capital of a country, surrounded by green plains. When the flames of war spread, the city was turned into ruins, and the plains became the wasteland of Gorst today. Civilization and wasteland merged into one on this planet. The world is always changing, for better or for worse. There was an abandoned base in the ruins of this city that no one knew about, and that was Han Xiao's target. As they approached the Grey Metal Ruins, the scenery became even more desolate. The buildings were covered in vines, and the streets were covered in moss. There was no sign of life. A few single-legged wall-jumping snakes jumped out from the middle of the road. The sound of the car's engine awakened the life in this dead city. Insects crawled out from the gaps between the houses and the roads. They lay on the side of the street and watched the car speed past. Their limbs touched their compound eyes and shook their antennae. In the south of the Grey Metal Ruins, there was a building that looked like a military base. The electric net was full of holes, and there was no electricity. Most of the buildings inside had collapsed. Han Xiao drove the car in and stopped outside a semicircular bunker marked with a red sign, S539. The bunker's door was only left with a gap, and dust was floating in the air, making it a little pungent. After getting out of the car, Han Xiao took out Spider No. 1 and threw it into the bunker. He had modified Spider No. 1's camera, which had thermal and electromagnetic scanning capabilities. It could also hear. After half an hour, he used Spider No. 1 to make sure that there were no living creatures inside the bunker. He then walked in, turned on the flashlight, and found a room in the bunker. He found a gap in the wall and pulled it open, revealing the elevator shaft behind it. Underneath the bunker was the abandoned base that he was looking for. Han Xiao knew this place very well. In his previous life, this was his base, but unfortunately, it was taken away by a guild. Back then, Brother Xiao was still a little boy who was bullied by others because they had more people. Looking at it now, he had this secret base with ready-made defenses. As long as there was a supply of energy, there was no need to worry about being attacked. He could only blame himself for being too weak back then. The underground base was big enough, and there were 2 emergency tunnels. There were spider webs and dust everywhere. Let's call this grey metal base. Han Xiao came up with a reliable name. At this time, there was no energy source in the base. Han Xiao took out many self-powered flashlights to provide light. Then, he started the most important energy modification. Grey metal base's original cable was connected to the power plant in the military base. Now that the entire city was dead, the power plant naturally stopped operating. The power plant was on the ground, and it was quite a distance away from grey metal base. Han Xiao went to the power plant, and it was in a worse state. Many of the generators had been scrapped. However, he did not count on these old equipment. He had known that this would happen. Previously, he had spent a lot of money to buy a batch of solar generators from Fabian. He placed them in the cargo compartment and took them out one by one to replace some of the equipment in the power plant. Then, he connected the underground cable to grey metal base to the new solar generators. When he returned to grey metal base, there was already energy. The lights were turned on, and the entire base could be seen clearly. The base that had been in darkness for a long time finally welcomed light again. The solar generators were clean, efficient, and hidden. The excess power during the day was stored in the batteries. The current power was enough to support the base's 24 hours of operation. Han Xiao started to clean the base. There was dust and cobwebs everywhere. At this time, he could not help but miss Lu Qian, who had maxed out her housework skills. Speaking of which, he had not seen Lu Qian for a while, and he missed her cooking. I wonder how she would react to me leaving without saying goodbye. Thinking about how old man Lu had promoted his granddaughter time and time again, Han Xiao could not help but smile. After cleaning, he moved the supplies from thorns down. The parts and materials were stored in the warehouse. The water and canned food were placed in the fridge in the food storage room. He spent some experience points to increase his basic programming to level 10. He modified the main control room and created a chip program to coordinate the data of all the fortifications in the base. Its specific function was like a job distribution panel in a business simulation game. It was convenient to allocate energy. For the next few days, Han Xiao was modifying the base. The base was gradually taking shape. There were infrared detectors and heat detectors for the alarm system. There were small machine gun arrays and piercing traps for the fortifications. The munitions bunker on the ground was also renovated, and the metal gate was fixed. This made grey metal base even more secretive. The most important thing was that Han Xiao had created 3 assistant type rangers. After reaching the maximum level of basic programming, the low-level smart chip could store some simple operation blueprints and allow the robots to build them. It was connected to the main control system of the base and could build ammunition and other machinery without rest. Han Xiao also gained some experience points. It was equivalent to having experience points 24 hours a day. One robot assistant could provide 2,000 to 4,000 experience points per day. 3 robots would provide almost 10,000 experience points. It was very stable. The energy of grey metal base was limited, and the 3 robot assistants had reached the limit. The parts and materials stored were only enough for the robot assistants to build for 10 days. Therefore, the logistics could not be interrupted. Coincidentally, Han Xiao could take this time to go out and do assassination missions, forming a perfect chain. In the early stages, if the players wanted to build a base, they could only hire a lot of mechanics to help. Due to the lack of experience points, the knowledge that each player learned was biased and had shortcomings. However, with my 3 knowledge branches leveled up at the same time, I can do all the work by myself. However, the shortcomings are also very obvious. My experience requirement is several times that of a normal player. Luckily, I know how to make money, Han Xiao thought to himself. Although the grey metal base was small, it was complete and looked brand new. Han Xiao looked at the results of the past few days of hard work, and a sense of satisfaction filled his heart. I can be considered a man with a foundation. After completing the modification of the base, it was time to deal with the germinal organization. During this period of time, he did not provoke them, and they had developed a little. Han Xiao looked at the progress of the destruction, and it had indeed decreased by a few tenths of a %. However, Han Xiao was not in a hurry at all. The reason why he had set this target as the last was because he did not plan to destroy the germinal organization's bases one by one. He was going to do something big. Han Xiao's plan was very simple, and it was also very big. He was going to throw all the information he knew about the germinal organization's bases to the Six Nations. Crazy and deadly. The Six Nations had been enemies with the germinal organization for a long time. Once they found the weakness of the germinal organization, they would definitely not let it go. As long as he did such a crazy thing, the germinal organization would definitely suffer a huge blow. However, at the same time, the situation of the entire Blue Star would be shaken, and the original storyline might be changed. However, that was why it was so exciting. Being afraid of changing the storyline was never the mentality of a strong person. In the eyes of a chaotic person, there was no joy in an unchanging world. Han Xiao clenched his fists. Thick energy flowed in his body, and confidence beat in his chest. Now, I am no longer the weakling who had just entered the Blue Star. I now have enough strength to fight against most of the enemies on this planet. Strength was confidence, and patience was so that one day, there would be no more patience. Now, he could protect himself, and he could finally fulfill this goal that he had for a long time. Han Xiao connected his phone to the computer and created an anti-tracking program to hide the number and address. Then, he dialed a familiar number. "Hello, who is this?" Feng Jun's voice came from the phone. Han Xiao joked, "Guess." Feng Jun almost choked on his saliva. This despicable voice was too familiar. He immediately recognized Han Xiao. He did not expect Han Xiao to call back. You dare to call back. Chapter 123. Division 13 Headquarters, Intelligence Department. Director Jiyu Hui and the head of intelligence were looking at their phones with serious expressions. Feng Jun was standing at the side, feeling uneasy. "Can you track his location?" The technician was sweating profusely. "We can't crack his anti-tracking program. He's a top hacker." Veins popped out on Jiyu Hui's forehead. When did that guy become a hacker? Why didn't I know? After thinking for a while, Jiyu Hui picked up the phone and said, "Han Xiao, you left Division 13 without permission. You've violated the confidentiality rules. It's going to be very bad for you." Han Xiao laughed and saw through Jiyu Hui's intentions. "Are you going to ask me when I'm going back? You know what you're doing." Jiyu Hui shouted. "I'm not going back. You want to defect?" Jiyu Hui's eyes narrowed, and his tone became very serious. Han Xiao said slowly, "You've misunderstood. I still want to continue working with you, but the method needs to be changed." Jiyu Hui frowned. "What do you mean?" They pricked up their ears and waited for him to continue. With a click, Han Xiao hung up the phone. The head of intelligence was expressionless, but his trembling eyes showed that he was not calm. Jiyu Hui took a deep breath and repeated in his heart, "I'm the director, I can't flip the table. I'm the director, I can't flip the table." Ding. His phone rang, indicating that he had received a message. Jiyu Hui narrowed his eyes and opened the message. Numerous messages flooded his screen like a waterfall. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the contents. It was all information on the germinal organization's bases in southern continent. It was very detailed. This is the method of cooperation he was talking about. Jiyu Hui was shocked, and the dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared. This was the information they had been looking for, and Han Xiao had actually handed it over so quickly. He was too sincere. Jiyu Hui fell into deep thought. Han Xiao's display of sincerity was beyond his expectations. The problem now was how to deal with Han Xiao's identity. If they were to say that he had defected, then his current actions would benefit Stardragon. If they were to say that he was returning, then Han Xiao had personally said that he would not return. After thinking for a while, Jiu Hui made a decision. Stop the search for Han Xiao. Keep his identity as an official agent. Move his information to the file of outgoing agents. Feng Jun shuddered. The director's decision meant that Division 13 had reconciled with Han Xiao, and that Han Xiao was still considered one of their own. The records of excursion agents belonged to Division 13, but they were allowed to move about freely. Only some of the meritorious and retired agents were given such treatment. Although he had not spent much time with Han Xiao, their relationship was quite good. Feng Jun was somewhat happy, at least they would not become enemies. Jiu Hui was in a good mood after getting the information he needed. He gave a few words of encouragement to the head of the intelligence department. Just as he was about to leave, the bespectacled secretary of the intelligence department stumbled into the room. She was out of breath and said, "Director, Hessler's intelligence department, Red Maple Coloma, Ordina, Theseus, and Raylan have all sent us a communication request." Jiu Hui's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Only when there was an emergency would the intelligence department of each country contact another country. It had been many years since the last meeting between the intelligence departments of the 6 nations. What was going on? Jiu Hui walked into the meeting room with a heavy heart. There were 5 screens on the big screen, showing 5 people with different appearances. They were the heads of the intelligence departments of the other 5 nations, and their positions in their respective countries were similar to Jiu Hui's. What happened? Jiu Hui asked in a low voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that the heads of the other 5 nations' intelligence departments were looking at him strangely, which made his hair stand on end. Ordina was the first to speak. Director of Division 13, do you know the Germinal organization's most wanted criminal, Zero? Jiu Hui's eyes widened. He had a bad premonition. It's like this. All 5 of us have received information from Zero. It included the distribution of the Germinal organization's secret bases in the southern, western, and northern continents. We have always been very cautious about information from unknown sources, but he added a sentence at the end of the report, Stardragon's Division 13 can testify for my information. So, we came to ask you. Mother ***, you actually sent the information to all the countries, and even wanted us to be the witness. Han Xiao, you're still so ***king bad. Jiu Hui's vision darkened. He felt like there were 10,000 Han Xiao's smirks running through his mind. The Ghost Gauss sniper rifle, incomplete, the electromagnetic hover boots, the face simulator, and the magnetically controlled retractable armor that had evolved to its complete form. This set of equipment supported his stealth sniping and kiting-style combat mode, which was a very popular battle tactic in the early stages of the mechanic class. Furthermore, the equipment that he had created had attributes that were beyond his current level, so one could only imagine how powerful it was. Coupled with the bonuses from his equipment, his current combat power was around 1,100, which was above average in the Blue Star. Furthermore, Han Xiao had the molding ability, Elementary Strengthened Life, which made him very tanky. Flaming Will was upgraded to LV5, and the lowest multiplier was increased to 138%. Although he was basically unlucky, with the double critical hit of sneak attacks and vital points, even the lowest multiplier was greatly increased. As long as he did not meet a monster like Bennett, Han Xiao could deal with most situations, and the assassination missions from the Blood Pact Society were not a problem. Time passed as Han Xiao continued to complete one mission after another. He gained a huge amount of EXP and wealth, and he became stronger step by step. Mr. Black's name was feared by more and more underground forces. His ranking on the assassin list also reached the 10th place, and he finally received a legendary point. At the same time, the underground world gave Han Xiao a new nickname, Black Phantom. There were only wrong codenames, but not wrong nicknames. I'll pay you 1 bullet and take your life away. That sounds pretty cool. In fact, when he first found out that he had been given this nickname, Han Xiao's feelings were very complicated. Black Phantom. Why not call me White Yakshaw? Han Xiao was the most active member in the underground world during this period. The Blood Pact Society's relationship with him had reached a high level, and they treated him as their new signboard. According to the Statistics Department of the Blood Pact Society, since the rise of Black Phantom, their business finally stopped declining and even rose by 6%, pulling in the commissions of other assassins. The volume of business was far ahead. However, 2 months later, the whole world's attention was attracted by another big event. As the last civilized country of the Blue Star, the Six Nations' every move involved the nerves of everyone in the world. Whether it was the underground world, the Wanderers, the Warlords, or the various organizations, they were always paying attention to the Six Nations' actions, especially their military actions. After the War of the Old Era, the Blue Star now coexisted with order and chaos. Wars were happening all the time, and the Six Nations did not have to pretend to be peaceful anymore. One day, 2 months later, the relatively stable world suddenly changed. The Six Nations sent out a large number of troops at the same time, sweeping through the 3 continents and the secret bases of the Germinal Organization. Their determination to fight shook the whole world. War had come without warning. The world was in turmoil, and everyone was afraid that the nightmare of the old era would descend on this planet again. The wounds caused by the war had not healed, and no one wanted to be swallowed by the disaster again. Even within the Six Nations, there were a large number of anti-war protesters, but the Six Nations ignored them. In their eyes, the Germinal Organization was the root of the disaster, a terrorist organization that wanted to overthrow the regime at all times. The conflict could be traced back to the War of the Old Era, when the Germinal Organization gathered the people of the fallen countries. Until now, the two sides had been in a stalemate. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Those who were more knowledgeable were not shocked by the tough attitude of the Six Nations, but they were surprised by the source of the Six Nations' intelligence. Why did the Six Nations act at the same time and accurately attack the hidden bases of the Germinal Organization? There was only one possibility: someone had provided a large amount of intelligence. It could be said that the mysterious person who provided the intelligence was the mastermind behind the war. After many inquiries, the Six Nations revealed the name of this person. Zero. The traitor of the Germinal Organization. The underground world was shocked. Among the people of the fallen countries recruited by the Germinal Organization, there were soldiers who held on to their ideals, as well as scum who committed crimes. There had been traitors before, but they were like street rats, hiding in fear of being hunted down. Only Zero's fierce counterattack against the Germinal Organization had caused such a huge commotion. Why did Zero have so much intelligence? Was he a high-ranking member of the Germinal Organization before he defected? Countless people were puzzled. Everything was a mystery, and there was no way to know. However, it did not prevent all the forces from adding the name Zero to their list of threats. War is coming. Bennett looked at the grey sky worriedly, and his mood was as gloomy as the sky. Wang Yuan whispered beside him, "Looks like the shelter plan needs to be brought forward." Chapter 124. Andrea Mainland, Germinal Organization Headquarters. Bang! A fist wrapped in a black glove slammed into the wall. The sound was like hitting a steel lathe. The powerful force caused a large part of the wall to collapse, revealing the steel bars inside. However, the fist was not damaged at all. The leader's whole body was bursting with anger. His subordinates beside him were trembling in fear, not daring to provoke him. All the secret bases in the other 3 continents were being wiped out by the Six Nations. Huge losses were being incurred every day. The Germinal Organization's main base was located in Andrea Mainland, and the secret bases in the other 3 continents were all bridgeheads and nails for future wars. However, this loss directly destroyed the organization's years of hard work. It was a serious blow. Zero. The leader took a deep breath. His lung capacity was unfathomable. How much information does Han Xiao have? This was the question that the leader had always suspected. He felt that Han Xiao could not have access to too much crucial information. He had asked the organization's hackers to check for loopholes in the program many times, but there were no signs of hacking. He had also investigated the organization's higher-ups many times, but there were no traitors. The source of Zero's information was too strange. It was as if he could predict the future. In fact, including the Dark Crow Valley, The 4 bases lost were not particularly important to the organization. When the 4 secret bases were uprooted, the leader had hesitated whether to move the other bases in southern continent, but he did not take action. It was not because he was optimistic, but because moving the other bases rashly would expose them and cause them to lose their secret effect. It was equivalent to giving up a huge amount of initial investment, wasting money and time. It was very likely that he would fall into Zero's trap and make a mountain out of a molehill. However, the current situation showed that Zero had detailed information about the organization. It was far beyond his expectations. Valkyrie experiment, brain strengthening, awakening. Thinking about Han Xiao's performance, the leader felt as if there was a clue that pointed to the truth. Zero had awakened the ability to predict the future. No wonder he could get the information, escape from the laboratory, and avoid the organization's pursuit. The leader closed his eyes, anger boiling in his heart. He felt that this was the only explanation. Zero was a monster created by the Germinal organization, and the organization's current situation was the result of swallowing the bitter fruit of its own creation. Regret. The leader did not allow himself to have such emotions. It was meaningless. This kind of person was too dangerous. If he was allowed to live, all the organization's operations would be exposed. He had to be eliminated. The silence lasted for 3 minutes. A pin drop could be heard. The leader's low and hoarse voice slowly sounded, and there was a deep murderous intent in it. Even though the Germinal organization members present knew that the leader was not targeting them, they still felt a chill down their spine. Move all the bases in the 3 continents. Don't worry about losses. Move as many as you can. Activate the hibernation plan. All operations will be underground. All intelligence personnel will thoroughly search for traces of Zero. Do not miss any clues. Before we find Zero, delay the full-scale war plan indefinitely. Dust of fallen seeds, current progress, 13. 8% in grey metal base. Han Xiao, whose beard had grown thicker, was curled up on the sofa. His fingers swiped across the tablet, scrolling through the intelligence reports of the darknet. Almost all of them were about the movements of the 6 nations. 2 months ago, the Han technician had sent the information to the 6 nations in bulk. Naturally, the 6 nations did not take action immediately. They first sent people to confirm that the information was correct, then secretly deployed resources to prepare for war. Then, 2 months later, they officially started the military operation. The results were very satisfactory, and a large number of Germinal organization bases were eliminated. Of course, there were some secret bases that even Han Xiao did not know about. They were all preserved forces. Han Xiao's mission progress also increased because of this. Although the indirect progress was a little lower, he won by quantity. With the actions of the 6 nations, the progress was increasing day by day. The Germinal organization was not a pig that stretched its neck out to be attacked. It resolutely cut off its tail and escaped without hesitation. The remaining bases were all evacuated to minimize losses. This was within Han Xiao's expectations. Next, it would depend on the results of the 6 nations' pursuit of victory. Based on the momentum, my mission progress is estimated to be more than 20%. All the bases of the Germinal organization in the 3 continents accounted for about 50% of the progress, and the headquarters in Andrea accounted for the remaining half. The Germinal organization's strength was greatly damaged, and it would definitely not be able to declare war on the 6 nations 3 months after the open beta like in the original storyline. The Germinal organization's bases in the 3 continents were all removed, cutting off most of the ways for players to join the Germinal organization. The players of the Germinal organization would be reduced by 90%. In Han Xiao's view, this was the biggest gain. Now that the chaos is over, I can personally intercept and kill the countless retreating troops of the Germinal organization to increase my mission progress. Wholesale information could only be done once, so Han Xiao was prepared to take this opportunity to personally attack the Germinal organization while they were down. He would try his best to actively destroy the Germinal organization's mission progress. This little butterfly like him had stirred up a storm. The storyline of the 6 nations and the Germinal organization had been messed up by him. If he accidentally destroyed one of the main storyline events of the Blue Star organization, the Blue Star players might become free to explore with nothing to do. Interesting. Han Xiao's mouth curled up with a strange smile. These 2 months of being an assassin had given him a lot of experience. Night Stalker had been unlocked long ago, providing stealth, hold your breath, and other stealth skills. This sub-profession's upgrade bonus was more towards agility. Now, Han Xiao's total level had increased to 40, and he was stuck at the promotion. This time, the promotion requirement was in the form of a mission. Second promotion, defeat 3 strong enemies above your level. The standard for defeating enemies is that they are at least 5 levels higher than you. Current progress, 03 defeating enemies above your level was a common requirement for promotion. It was not difficult, and players could form teams to complete it. For Han Xiao, it was even easier. Unfortunately, the previous cross-level victories were not included in the current mission progress. As one's level increased, cross-level kills became more and more difficult. Now that Han Xiao was at level 40, he had to kill at least a level 45 enemy to reach the cross-level requirement. A level 45 enemy was already the 3rd tier of the Blue Star organization. Even if he could kill wild beasts, he had to find one that matched his level. Because he was stuck at the promotion and could not level up, Han Xiao put his experience into his skills to increase the combat power of the sniper style. Before he obtained a powerful machine that could become the core of his battle tactics, he would not change his sniper-style tactics. Other than that, he had also fused more new blueprints, and his personal strength had improved tremendously. Other than the legend points from the assassin leaderboard, Han Xiao had also received an unexpected legend point. Planet Legend Point, Blue Star Mysterious Zero. As a traitor of the Germinal organization, you have single-handedly shaken the foundation of the organization. No one expected this outcome. You are now the archenemy of the Germinal organization. Perhaps you should protect your identity. Many people want to find you. This legend point came from my actions of distributing intelligence to the Germinal organization, which caused a huge loss to them and caused a disturbance in the Blue Star organization. I think I understand how to get this type of legend point. As long as I disrupt the original storyline of the faction, that is to say, causing trouble, seems to be my forte. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and thought. His relationship with the Germinal organization had dropped to -3,000, and he had become their archenemy. The relationship was solidified and could never be improved. This hatred point is really stable. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. On the other hand, the grey metal base was also more complete. He had upgraded the base's energy source, and there were already 8 assistant-type rangers working diligently. They were a stable source of experience, and the cost of each assistant-type ranger was around 200,000. Mechanic-class players could create assistant-type rangers, but very few people did so in the early days because it was not cost-effective. They would only give a few thousand experience per day, which could be obtained by completing a few missions. Furthermore, low-level robot assistants could only perform simple tasks. If they needed parts, the players could buy them directly from the player market. Even the big guilds did not use assistant-type robots in the early days. They had a production team and did not lack manpower. It was only when the mechanic class learned how to create mid-level smart chips that the robots could perform more precise operations that the robot assistants gradually became the standard equipment of the mechanic class. However, to Han Xiao, money was not important. He glanced at his darknet account, and a long string of zeros jumped into his eyes. They were all rewards for completing various assassinations and bounties. There seemed to be some orders from Division 13, which he had almost forgotten. Han Xiao looked at the interface. There was only half an hour left until the open beta. The day has finally come. In an entire year, he had accumulated a huge amount of capital and was far ahead of the rest. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. He sat on the sofa and waited silently. There was only 1 minute left until the open beta countdown. He looked at the time. Galaxy Calendar, Year 688, July 3rd countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Open beta activated. Retrieving data. Retrieving data complete. Player forum opened. Open beta duration, 1271 days. Welcome to Galaxy version 1.0 Descender. Chapter 125. Since the beginning of its development, Galaxy had received a lot of attention. There was almost no publicity, only some basic information provided by the official website. However, its popularity continued to increase. Due to various groundless rumors, Galaxy was shrouded in a mysterious veil, which made the players look forward to it even more. Until the day of the open beta, the enthusiasm of the players who had been waiting for a long time erupted like a volcano. The first batch of game cabins was limited, and there was a limited purchase. Even so, all of them were sold out within half an hour. Those who did not manage to get a game cabin were frustrated, while those who managed to get one could not wait to enter the game. On the first day of the open beta, the first batch of players rushed into the game. In the vast universe, the first batch of players were born at different spawn points on more than a dozen beginner planets. In the evening, in the forest outside Big Horn Village settlement, one by one, the players who had completed their character creation appeared out of thin air and looked around curiously. "It feels so real," someone said while jumping around. "Look at the sky, there are a few moons," someone said while admiring the scenery. "TSK, can't I take off my pants?" someone said. "Is there no beginner village in this game?" someone said while looking around. More and more players appeared. As the saying went, if there were more than 1,000 players, there would be no end to it. There were at least a few thousand players here. After the initial confusion, some of the sharp-eyed players noticed the lights in Big Horn Village settlement in the distance. They thought that it was the beginner village and rushed over. The lookout at Big Horn Village settlement was shocked when he saw the group of people in ragged clothes. He quickly blew the whistle and asked his companions to quickly close the gate, not daring to let so many strangers into the settlement. The players were all blocked outside, and complaints could be heard everywhere. "What is going on? Why is the beginner village not open? My hunger and thirst are dropping. I'm going to die if I don't eat something." The expressions of these NPCs are so vivid. Inside Big Horn Village settlement, all the residents walked out of their houses with torches and weapons. They guarded the gate with a serious look on their faces to prevent the huge crowd from rushing into the settlement. The village chief, Andre, gathered a few important people in the settlement for an emergency meeting. "Where did this group of people come from? There are almost 10,000 of them." Andre was surprised. Could it be a group of migrating wanderers? "Why don't we just ask directly?" Xander came to the observation deck and looked down at the players. He asked loudly, "Friends from afar, where did you come from?" The players looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. They whispered to each other, and the crowd was in an uproar. Seeing this, Andre shook his head. "If you don't tell me where you came from, I can't let you enter the settlement." The public beta players were dumbfounded. They were all newbies and did not even understand the map. How could they answer the question? "Are you kidding me?" Inside the settlement, the closed beta players found it very interesting and watched the show from the side. When they first arrived in the settlement, they did not have to go through this part. At this time, they suddenly received a notification from the interface. A new mission had been triggered. The mission content was to persuade Xander to accept the open beta players. The reward was quite generous, and there was a hint that the choice of words had to be appropriate to the current world. "Interesting. There's no one else who is as immersive as you." The closed beta players were amazed. They felt that it was very diverse. They could actually use their own eloquence to influence the choices of NPCs. Their interest was piqued. After a short discussion, the beta testers found Andre and began to explain. After listening for a while, Andre finally understood. He was surprised. "Do you know the group of people outside?" "Yes, we used to be residents of a settlement called Earth Village. Later on, there was a disaster and the settlement was destroyed. We were separated. The people outside are as hardworking as us. Chief Andre, I hope you can accept them." "Earth Village? Why haven't I heard of such a large settlement?" Andre mumbled. He was a little moved. He hesitated. "But there are too many of them. I can't let all of them in. That's simple. They only need a job and some food and supplies. You can treat them as cheap labor. This is a good opportunity to expand the settlement. The closed beta players snickered. They could not wait for the public beta players to be tricked. Andre's eyes lit up. You're right. Very soon, Andre explained the situation to the public beta players outside. They all received a mission. First job, you'd better earn some money through labor. Don't let yourself starve to death. Try to raise the relationship with Bighorn Village to neutral. Only then can you be trusted and accepted. With guidance, the public beta players began to do the mission excitedly. Across the fence, the residents of Bighorn Village offered various job opportunities. The merchants were also open to the players. They could use their own money to buy some food. With a goal in mind, the public beta players started to gain favorability with the residents of Bighorn Village. The residents of Bighorn Village provided simple tents while the public beta players formed a new encampment outside the settlement. They were contributing to the construction of Bighorn Village's socialism. The same scene was happening at the other planet Aquamarine's landing grounds. On the first day of the public beta, all the players were very enthusiastic. They soon discovered the camera and video functions and became even more excited. They posted all kinds of trivial things on the forum. The number of posts exploded, and it seemed like it was going to become a social media site. Below were a few representative posts. Bad, there's no excretion function. The poster of this post obviously had an ulterior motive. It was not for excretion at all. The feeling of controlling the body of an alien is so special. Another post had a picture of a male Tauren player from a magical planet wagging his tail. I'm going to be trampled to death by a wild boar. So happy. The picture was of a female player making a V gesture to the camera. Behind her was a wild boar running wildly. On the first day of the public beta, there were more than 1 million players. They were divided among the various novice planets, and each planet had about 100,000 players. As the influence spread, the number of players would increase rapidly. Within half a year of the game, the number would reach tens of millions. The public beta players were very happy, but some of the closed beta players felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Dark Crow Valley. Jupiter and the members of the Guild of Gods looked at the surrounding forest blankly. Looking around, the forest at the foot of the mountain was verdant, and the night breeze was blowing through the trees. The natural atmosphere was like a gentle hand, gently caressing their hearts, making everything seem natural and harmonious. The lights of Crow Forest Town were faintly lit in the forest. The scenery was beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. But where did the base go? Jupiter asked hesitantly. The place where we went offline should be in the base, right? Everyone nodded in unison, and their actions were exactly the same. The faction relationship is gone, Poseidon exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly checked the interface, and the original, Dark Crow Valley base favorability, had disappeared. Everyone stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Hurry up and look at the mission. As if waking up from a dream, Jupiter hurriedly looked at the interface and was immediately relieved. Thank goodness, the mission is still there. F***CK. In the next moment, everyone burst into vulgarities at the same time, dumbfounded. Search for Zero, Grade A. Zero is a mysterious traitor of the Germinal organization. He has caused great turmoil and caused great losses to the organization. Zero's whereabouts are a mystery. Find him and you will become a friend of the Germinal organization. The difficulty had increased from Grade B to Grade A. The mission notification had also changed. Zero's location was no longer in the Western capital. They were looking for a needle in a haystack on a planet. The Guild of Gods had done a lot of preparation for this mission. The results of the discussion and the mission points could fill up an entire blackboard. They had even prepared to mobilize many of their peripheral members to search for the mission target in the Western capital. This change had wasted all their discussions and preparations. What did we miss? Chapter 126. What should we do now? Poseidon asked. Let's ask someone first. When Jupiter and the rest returned to Crow Forest Town, They were shocked to find out that the Dark Crow Valley base had been destroyed by Stardragon. They had tried so hard to gain the favor of the Dark Crow Valley base, but how could it be gone just like that? Wow, this game is so scary. Their initial investment was all for naught, and their advantage in the beta test was gone. The Dark Crow Valley base was gone, and even if they completed the mission, they did not know who to turn to. Everyone looked at each other with sad faces. How could this happen? Jupiter was in a bad mood, but he could not bear to give up on the A-rank mission. The Germinal organization definitely has more than one base in Dark Crow Valley. Let's look for other bases. We will definitely be able to return to the Germinal organization. Shidyu. Mad Blade's vision blurred, and he found himself in an alley not far from the place where the beta test ended. The open beta test has begun. Mad Blade could not contain his excitement. He finally did not have to worry about time and could wholeheartedly rely on Han Xiao. My Xiao, I'm coming. Following his memory, he found Old Man Lu's repair shop. Han Xiao. That brat left a long time ago without saying goodbye. Who knows where he went? Old Man Lu took a sip of wine and said with a hint of helplessness and depression. He secretly wondered if his granddaughter's charm really had the effect of dissuading people. Upon hearing the news, Frenzied Sword felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was blank as he stood rooted to the ground. Why did he leave? What am I supposed to do? The popularity of the forum continued to rise. Players from various novice planets shared their own experiences. Some players were critics who specialized in testing the game. They unanimously gave extremely high ratings and called it an epoch-making game. The feeling was very real. Just the background shown so far was already enough to make people's imaginations run wild. There was no division like other virtual reality games. From beginning to end, there was only one world. All the players were playing in it. Different novice planets were equivalent to different servers. It made people very much look forward to colliding with players from other planets in the future. It was not only China. Esports clubs from other countries had also entered Galaxy. Although there was no prior communication, the strong esports countries such as the United States, South Korea, France, and the United Kingdom all chose different beginner planets as their base of operations. Blue Star was one of the bases chosen by Huaxia. However, this did not mean that all Blue Star players were Chinese. There were also people from other countries who chose to join Blue Star. Some were friendly casual players, while others were European spies who came to cause trouble. ID Electrolux, a retired professional gamer from America's Key Club. He didn't achieve much in his career, and after retiring, he joined a studio under the club. His motive for joining Blue Star wasn't very friendly. He wanted to spy on the Chinese players and find an opportunity to cause trouble. If Han Xiao was here, he would be able to recognize Electrolux. In the future, this bastard would enter the Blue Star regional qualifiers in the first season of the Blue Star Pro League. This was originally the private territory of the Chinese professional players. Among the thousands of Chinese professional players, there was one white spot. Instantly, there was a wave of curses. Furthermore, Electrolux was spouting nonsense on the forums, which disgusted the Chinese players. They chased after him all over the planet, but they were always killed by Electrolux. Although Electrolux had the common arrogance of the Americans, his strength was undeniable. The source of his strength was Electrolux's bold choice of a random start and extremely good luck. In a certain laboratory of the Germinal organization in the Andrea continent, Electrolux opened his eyes and found himself soaking in a light blue solution. He was in a space that looked like a nutrition chamber, and he didn't need to breathe. Through the glass, he saw white coats holding tablets and recording something. Electrolux found that he couldn't control his character for the time being, so he waited patiently. According to his experience, this should be a cut scene. After about a minute, a drainage hole appeared at the bottom of the nutrition chamber, and the light blue solution disappeared. Electrolux could move again, and at the same time, he received a notification from the interface. You have been injected with Gene Improvement Solution. All attributes +3. You have obtained the ability, Gene Adjustment. Gene Adjustment, you have a greater chance of awakening abilities, and power plus 10%. My God. Electrolux was overjoyed. A random start is awesome. The nutrition chamber opened, and the white coats surrounded him. Electrolux did not resist and allowed the white coats to pull him to the metal platform to be tested by various instruments. At this time, Electrolux received a new notification. Gene Improvement Program is a biological research program to cultivate supers. The success rate is very low. As a successful test subject, you will be valued by the germinal organization. You can choose to stay or leave. In his previous life, Electrolux had chosen to stay and become a strong player in the germinal organization. Now, he made the same choice. With such a great start, only a fool would leave. This ability is tailor-made for me. Elux had originally planned to become an Esper. Without saying a word, he entered the shop on the interface and used the starting funds given by the club to purchase a Supreme Luxury Perfect Gene Awakening Fluid. He chose to awaken right away. After a nervous wait, the interface notified him that he had successfully awakened his Esper ability. That was so smooth. Electrolux was overjoyed. He felt the light of the goddess of luck shining on him. He raised his hand, and a white whirlwind gathered in his palm. The white coats were in an uproar. His awakened. This is a successful test subject. Electrolux knew that if he wanted to stay, it was best to show his potential. He was very satisfied with the reaction of the white coats, but the next second, he saw the white coats calling for the guards. He was puzzled. Why did they call for the guards? The germinal organization guards quickly arrived at the scene, handcuffed Electrolux, and pushed him forward. Electrolux was a little confused. Didn't they say that he would be valued? Why was he being treated more like a prisoner? When they arrived at another laboratory, Electrolux was handcuffed to the brainwashing device. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. He shouted, "What are you doing?" The guard said with a cold face, "According to the rules, every successful test subject must be brainwashed 5 times consecutively and observed for a month before they can move freely." Electrolux was confused. What kind of logic was this? This reaction was too extreme. What he did not know was that the original Gene Improvement Program did not require brainwashing. His random start was a European start, and it was all good and no bad. However, with Han Xiao as an example, the germinal organization now implemented a high-pressure policy on all test subjects. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. No matter what the research program was, the test subjects would be brainwashed and kept for at least a month for observation. Electrolux did not know that he had been tricked by history, but it was too late for regrets. As soon as the brainwashing notification appeared, it was immediately approved. You are not immune to this brainwashing. You have joined the germinal organization with a special identity. Germinal organization, brainwashed, // test subject. Because you have been brainwashed, you cannot rebel against the germinal organization. Electrolux panicked. Not being able to rebel meant that he could not escape a month of imprisonment, which meant that he could not move freely for a month, let alone level up. This meant that he would be left far behind by the other players. What kind of value is this? This is too much. He had obtained an ability with great potential, but he was trapped here and could not gain EXP for a month. It was a perfect start, but he was left behind by the other players. Electrolux's mind exploded. Chapter 127. The clear light of dawn shone in the sky, and the morning air was cool and refreshing. Han Xiao drove a truck toward Bighorn Village according to the coordinates on the radar. He was not tired at all even though he had been driving the whole night. He had slept while driving last night, so he was very energetic now. The open beta had started a few days ago, and the popularity of the forum continued to rise. Han Xiao paid special attention to the Blue Star forum and learned about the situation of each new player's spawn point through the posts of the players. He had long wanted to come and join in the fun. The best time to interact with the players was when they first appeared. Coincidentally, he had used his authority to obtain secret information from the Darknet a few days ago. There was an evacuation team of the germinal organization passing through Bighorn Village, and he could take care of them along the way. Therefore, he decided to go to Bighorn Village. The silhouette of Bighorn Village appeared in the distance, and Han Xiao immediately saw countless tents set up outside the village. It was similar to a refugee camp, and a sea of players were running around busily. Han Xiao parked the truck on a flat ground, and he was immediately noticed by the players. With a cigarette in his mouth, Han Xiao got out of the truck and leaned against the side of the truck, smoking. His posture gave the players the illusion that he was a character who could trigger events. Speaking of understanding the players, that was Han Xiao's forte. He had analyzed that since the public beta had just started, all the players were full of passion. No matter what the mission was, they would try to complete it. They were in a state of hunger. Furthermore, because there were too many players in the new players' spawn point, there were bound to be some players who could not get the mission. Therefore, Han Xiao knew that at this stage, as long as a high-level character like him appeared in front of the players, he would definitely arouse their passion. Although the players were all new and did not have much to offer, he could win by quantity. He had a way to take advantage of the new players' wallets, and he could also test the function of the NPC template. The players walking around were all walking wallets in Han Xiao's eyes. After a while, a dozen players finally walked over curiously and used detect on him. Black Phantom, unknown, yellow name, level, unknown attribute, unknown danger level, extremely lethal. Damn, this is a high-level NPC. This is my first time seeing one. How could such a character appear in the novice village? Could it be a boss? It doesn't look like it. It seems like it can trigger a quest. The dozen or so players were surprised. They hesitated, wondering if they should go up and touch it. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He was now level 40, more than 30 levels higher than the players. This time, he truly felt the detection of the players. He cleared his throat and said, "You all look like a group of great lads. I just happen to need some help." After saying this, Han Xiao released the mission that he had set up long ago. These players received the mission. The mission requirement was to collect a plant called snake venom grass. These players found that the reward was much better than the novice mission at Bighorn Village, which was worth 1000 EXP. They could not wait to accept the mission. Snake venom grass was a relatively common plant that could be harvested near Bighorn Mountain. It was also sold in the settlement, and it was used to make poisonous arrows. At this point in time, many players could not afford guns, so they were using cold weapons. Han Xiao had set up this mission mainly to test the players and to make their next move more logical. My current mission quota is much higher than before. It's already at the basic level of a D-grade mission. With this thought in mind, Han Xiao clicked on the template, and the detailed quota data appeared. Highest reward quota, 36940, total level 40, plus 12,000, plus 300 per level for the first advancement, grade D, plus 10,000 faction, Germinal organization, Nemesis, plus 3,000, division 13, friendly, plus 2,130, Blood Pact Society, respected, plus 3,950, Rothschild family, friendly, plus 1,300, Fabian Corporation, friendly, plus 200 legendary points, Black Phantom, Blue Star, plus 5%, Mysterious Zero, Blue Star, plus 5%. 2 legendary points gave a 10% bonus to a single mission quota. The bonus was different in different regions. Each legendary point gave a 5% bonus to a single mission quota, and the bigger the region, the greater the bonus. The main bonus of legendary points was the total daily quota. Each legendary point doubled the original daily quota, which was 5 times the maximum daily quota. Now, it was 7 times the daily quota, which was almost 260,000 EXP. Many players who did not accept the mission gathered around and looked at Han Xiao curiously, whispering to each other. "Is this a high-level character? He doesn't look any different from us. Black Phantom. Sounds so old-fashioned. I wonder what class he is. Oh right, I forgot to mention that the class with the most players in the open beta was Esper. That was because the other 4 professions required basic knowledge to change professions, but the Esper professions could be bought in the shop. Of course, although there were all kinds of strange Espers, almost no players were lucky enough to awaken an Esper with high potential. Furthermore, Espers required energy. At the current level of the players, There was no way they could unleash their full potential. The effect was very weak, and it could only last for a dozen seconds at most. It was soft and fast. Not long after, the players who completed the mission returned with a bunch of snake venom grass. They had completed the mission, and looking at the skyrocketing EXP, they were very happy. Han Xiao saw that there were enough spectators, and his eyes flashed. He said, "I will stay here for a few days. If you need, I can provide some weapons." As he said that, he opened the selling window and opened it to all players. Han Xiao only set a few weapons, which were the retractable knife, normal pistols, submachine guns, and a large amount of ammo and special ammo. He did not sell any other machines because new players did not have that much money. However, he had also set up a powerful piece of equipment, the lightweight mechanical arm. Its price was completely unaffordable for new players, and it was basically a bait. Its use was equivalent to dangling a carrot in front of a donkey, attracting players. Currently, the lightweight mechanical arm was of very little use to him, mainly because it did not come with the combat mode. Furthermore, it was not a rare product in itself. It was just a basic mechanical exoskeleton. In the future, other mechanics would develop it, so if he sold it early, he could still scam the players. There was a problem that he had to pay attention to. He had made some machines in Star Dragon, such as the retractable knife and the lightweight mechanical arm. There seemed to be a risk of being exposed, but in reality, it was not a big problem. Firstly, Star Dragon was not his enemy, and secondly, his whereabouts were unpredictable, so even if they knew his identity, it would not matter. Most importantly, the efficiency of information flow between players and organizations was very low. Therefore, there would not be any problems in selling these machines in a short period of time. The profit from the players' market was very high, and he would not give it up. As for the future, when I grow up, I don't need to keep my identity a secret anymore. Why would I be scared? Not to mention the great mechanic Han's mental activity, all the players who saw the store project were shocked and gasped in shock. This is a mysterious merchant. The lightweight mechanical arm. Oh my god, this thing is a godly item in the early stage. But it's too expensive. It costs 20,000 aquamarine dollars. Who can afford it? Also, the requirement is 25 points of strength. You have to be at least level 10 to reach this attribute. But the guns are very cheap. One gun only costs 1,500 aquamarine dollars. The players swarmed over with fervent looks on their faces, and Han Xiao was completely surrounded. The attraction of guns to new players was like the significance of a computer that would not crash to an author who often lost his or her manuscript. Basically, all the players were using cold weapons, and usually, it would take more than a dozen people to barely kill a weak beast. The guns and weapons in Big Horn Village were very expensive, and so were the ammunition. New players could not afford to use them. Han Xiao's current cost of making a pistol was only about 800 aquamarine dollars, and he was already very generous by selling it at double the price. No one could find a cheaper pistol than his, and it was not shoddy either. Brother Xiao still had the basic integrity of a mechanic, and he was making a good profit. The number of guns was limited, and the players hurried to buy them. Those who bought guns were overjoyed, and those who did not were dejected. The closed beta players also squeezed over. The guild leader of the Kill All Guild, /18 role, bought a pistol from Han Xiao, and found that the quality was many times better than the guns sold in Big Horn Village. He immediately regretted it. If he had known, he would not have bought the weapons from Big Horn Village. The goods in the truck were sold out, and Han Xiao made more than 300,000 aquamarine dollars. Every player had limited funds, but there were at least 10,000 players in Big Horn Village. The truck was modeled after the deceased Big Black. After selling all the guns, they could use the small lathe in the cargo compartment to make new guns and ammunition. The real benefit of selling guns was the ammunition. These players who bought guns could not avoid buying ammunition. This was called a bundle sale, a hard demand. This was the principle that he realized when he bought instant noodles without seasoning from the small shop downstairs in his previous life. The players who bought the guns loved them so much that they could not put them down. Some players aimed at the trees in the distance and fired. The recoil made the players' wrists shake, and the bullets flew out of their hands. Without shooting skills, they could not use the power of the guns. Many players realized this problem, and their excitement turned into frustration. This was the second bundle sale that Han Xiao had prepared, the after-sales service. Han Xiaoxin smiled and set up a skill-learning window. This time, he did not release it to the players directly. Instead, he set it as 5 points of affinity to be able to learn skills from him. The players immediately realized this function. We can learn skills from Black Phantom. There are so many functions. We need 5 points of affinity to be able to learn skills. How do we increase affinity? I found it. Every 500 aquamarine dollars spent will increase the affinity of Black Phantom by 1. Wait, we can give him money too. That's too expensive. The players now only had $1,000 or $2,000 at most, and that was from missions. Han Xiao knew the depth of their wallets. After all, he was a newbie, and this was to give the players the feeling that learning skills was hard to come by. Humans were such animals. They did not know how rare and precious things were when they were given to them, and only when they felt that they could not get their hands on them would they give up. This was also a small plan to increase his position in the hearts of the players. Only by investing resources in him would they develop a sense of recognition. The specific principle was probably like how when a normal player had a good impression of a character in a game, they would unconsciously increase that NPC's impression of them. Of course, the main purpose of the Great Mechanic Hans plan was to make more money. The players worked so hard to save up some money. If he did not earn it, would he still be human? Chapter 128. The players were hesitant, but Han Xiao was not in a hurry. There would always be someone who would take the first bite. Just as he expected, there was finally a cute girl with the ID Maple Moon who gritted her teeth and spent enough money. Han Xiao then raised the favorability of Maple Moon to 5 points. Suddenly, he realized that Maple Moon was someone he knew. Maple Moon was shocked when she saw the skill list. I can actually learn the basic knowledge for class change. As soon as this was said, the players were in an uproar, and their excitement soared. In the past few days, other than the tycoons and those with money, most of the normal players had experienced the difficulty of class change and had no idea how to obtain the basic knowledge. They did not expect this mysterious NPC Black Phantom to teach them the basic knowledge. Basic assembly has been learned. You have received 1,000 EXP and 200 aquamarine dollars. That's right, compared to the closed beta, Han Xiao had doubled the price of the basic knowledge, and it did not affect the players' enthusiasm at all. Although it only gave 1,000 EXP each time it was learned, there were a lot of players here, and the accumulation was significant. Originally, the most popular way for Blue Star players to class change was to join a faction. Very few players could obtain the basic knowledge before joining a faction. After joining a faction, they had to do missions to improve their relationship with the faction and then use their favorability to exchange for the basic knowledge. Of course, they could also spend money to buy it, but it was not cost-effective. Han Xiao's move helped the players to skip this process and cut them off in advance. In just a short while, there were hundreds of players learning the basic knowledge from him, which was equivalent to 100,000 EXP, and this number was still rising. The business was booming, and Han Xiao was very calm like Jiang Taigong waiting for the fish to take the bait. He dealt with the players while leisurely browsing the forums. Players from all the novice planets were sharing information, and the players from Big Horn Village were excitedly promoting Han Xiao on the forums. He was the first high-level character to appear in the novice village of all the novice planets, and his popularity was very high. Posts about him kept being pushed up. This high-level character sells cheap guns and ammunition, and the quality is excellent. As long as the favorability is above 5, you can learn the skills. Not only are there general skills such as basic shooting and basic combat, but there are also a few basic knowledge of the mechanic class, and you can change your class immediately. Damn, I've never seen such a high-level figure before. I can actually learn the knowledge of job advancement. Bighorn Mountain, right? I'll be right there. Damn, we're in another continent. We can't go there. Why can't we meet any high-ranking figures in other places? Extremely deadly. Do you have the guts to try and see how strong it is? If you die, it's my fault. I don't have much money, so I can only shoot a plane as compensation. Many posts were accompanied by screenshots. Han Xiao, who was dressed in black, had successfully appeared on screen. Many people expressed great appreciation for his black windbreaker and black gloves. He was handsome and cool. As long as one did not look at his middle-aged salted fish face, he would definitely be a male model. Even the players from the other novice planets were excitedly discussing the combat power of the high-level characters. The forum had automatic translation, so there was no need to worry about language problems. Players are very interested in the combat power of high-level characters. Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration, and a new idea popped up in his mind. If he displayed his strength, he would be able to attract more people to switch to the mechanic class. Although he had released the basic knowledge, many players were still observing. After all, there were still many players who were not interested in the mechanic class and doubted the combat power of the mechanic class. Most players were looking for excitement, so the introduction of the pugilist class and the esper class was naturally more to their liking. It had to be said that their doubts were correct. The mechanic class was indeed not strong in the early stages, but that did not include Han Xiao. He secretly smiled and prepared to mislead the players. He knew the players too well. They were a bunch of immoral people who would choose whichever class they thought was strong. Imparting skills was pure profit for Han Xiao. There were already hundreds of players who had learned the basic knowledge of the mechanic class. If he could trick half of the players in Big Horn Mountain into becoming mechanics, he would directly gain millions of experience points. The profit from this was shocking. Han Xiao was excited. Coincidentally, the evacuation team of the Germinal organization will arrive in a few days. This is the perfect opportunity to make a move. Shidyu. Mad Blade Angry Sword was crestfallen. He did not eat or drink for the past few days. Every day without Han Xiao felt like a year. Out of boredom, Mad Blade Angry Sword was browsing the forums. Suddenly, he saw a bunch of hot posts from the players in Big Horn Mountain. It was the interface of Han Xiao's item sale. Lightweight mechanical arm? Mad Blade Angry Sword suddenly stood up with a look of surprise on his face. He remembered that Han Xiao had shown this machine before. As Han Xiao had always covered his face before, Mad Blade Angry Sword had a guess. Could it be that Black Phantom was Han Xiao? I must find him. In order to increase Han Xiao's favorability to more than 5 points, the players who were lacking money went to Big Horn Mountain Settlement to accept missions to earn money. The players who surrounded Han Xiao had decreased by a lot. Your item, lightweight mechanical arm, has been sold. Han Xiao was shocked. He had set the price at 20,000, and there were people who could afford it. He looked at the dozens of players in front of him. The ID of the leader was Jade Green Sky. Seeing this person's name, Han Xiao suddenly understood. Jade Green Sky was the leader of a big guild in China, Sky Territory. With the guild's financial resources, of course, he could afford it. Jade Green Sky was wearing a set of hand-sewn leather armor. His equipment was a level better than the open beta players. He was a closed beta player. During the closed beta, he took a few core members to other places to explore the map. He heard about Black Phantom from the other members of the open beta and decided to lead the team back. Although Jade Green Sky had not changed his class yet, he was preparing to become a pugilist. He saw the attributes of the lightweight mechanical arm at first glance. Although he could not use it now, he bought it and stored it in the warehouse in case Black Phantom suddenly left. It was a golden opportunity. There are a lot of good items. The people of Sky Territory looked at the shop list and praised. Unfortunately, each of them had to spend 2,500 to get 5 favorability points. Although Sky Territory was a big guild, they did not have much money now. Buying the lightweight mechanical arm cost a lot of the guild's assets. Han Xiao suddenly said, "An enemy team will pass by here in a few days. I need some people to help me set up traps in the forest. Are you guys free?" Then, he set a mission and released it. Level E difficulty. The mission was to set up traps in the forest. There was no limit to the type, and the reward was only 500 EXP. However, Han Xiao specially set up 3 favorability points as a reward, which was exactly what Sky Territory wanted. Jade Green Sky immediately decided. Everyone, accept the mission. Han Xiao smiled secretly. Using favorability points to attract players to accept the mission and also to supplement his business chain. He could adjust the favorability points at will. Using the previous settings, he gave the favorability points a price. This method was actually very similar to the principle of currency. It made something seem to have value but was actually worthless. This attracted Sky Territory, Kill All, and all kinds of guilds and players to accept the mission. It was very effective. Han Xiao had always felt that the currency system was built on a pile of bubbles, so he had always held the belief that if you had money, you should spend it. Money that you did not spend was a burden that dragged down your motivation to work. Just like Black X Souls. A large number of players were tricked by Han Xiao to set up traps in the forest. The traps they could use were very simple, most of them were animal traps. Han Xiao took some time to take a look. The forest was densely packed with traps, and those with trypophobia would have goosebumps. When the Germinal Organization's evacuation team arrived, they would definitely be shocked. Chapter 129. On the 4 continents of the Blue Star, there were many new arrival points. The number of open beta players kept increasing, but compared to the population of the entire planet, it was still very small. Players were doing beginner missions and growing slowly. Most of them stayed near the beginner village. Players in Bighorn Village became the object of envy. They could meet a high-level figure, Han Xiao, who taught them basic knowledge. Players in other beginner villages could only work hard to level up their secondary professions. Players could be divided into 3 types: casual players, studio players, and professional esports players. At this time, there was a live broadcast of a press conference on the forum. It was about the pillar of China's esports powerhouse, Temple of God, the 2nd best esports player in China and the 21st best esports player in the world, Li Ji, officially announced that he would be joining Galaxy. The number of viewers had reached millions, and it was still rising. Master Li Ji, may I ask if your focus will be shifted to Galaxy from now on? Why did you choose to join the open beta? Excuse me, facing the questions of the reporters, Li Ji spoke frankly. He was a very handsome young man. He always had a gentle smile on his face, which was very infectious. With strong skills and good looks, Li Ji had a very large fan base. Galaxy is a game that transcends its time, and it has a lot of potential. It has countless possibilities, an extremely vast map, and an incredible degree of freedom, outlining an incomparably fascinating world. From my personal point of view, I believe that Galaxy will become a phenomenal game. The World Esports Association has already started preparing for the first professional league for Galaxy. This will be a large-scale global competition. Not only me, but all the Chinese esports players will participate in this grand event, competing with the United States, France, Korea, and other esports powers to win glory for our country. Just yesterday, the major clubs in the United States, Key, Devil, and Thunder Snake also announced that they would enter the Galaxy. They chose Planet Winterfrost, which has the most potential, as their base camp. They will be very formidable opponents. Temple of God has also contacted large esports clubs such as Long Sky and Thunderstorm. We will not fall behind. Master Li Ji, your old rival, the French player Lost Angel, has said that he will defeat you in Galaxy. What do you think about this? The reporter asked. Li Ji smiled, and his tone was filled with confidence. I am not afraid of any enemy. I will reach the top in Galaxy and lead the Chinese players to defeat all the foreign enemies. This press conference seemed to be a signal. The influence of Galaxy soared exponentially, and the entire esports circle began to surge. Countless esports players announced that they would fight in Galaxy. Sleepy Winter, Twinkle Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim, who had started playing the game during the closed beta, also held a press conference under the arrangement of the club. The liveliness of the esports scene had also increased the enthusiasm of the ordinary players. The topic was constantly hyped up, and the activity level had reached a phenomenal level. Countless players were looking forward to the pre-sale of the second batch of game cabins. Just as the popularity of the show was increasing, the official website of Galaxy finally released the first promotional video. The scenes showed the scenery of various novice planets, which was equivalent to a quick sightseeing film. Civilizations of different styles immediately attracted enough eyeballs. Magic, technology, the future, ancient, and so on. This promotional video was recorded by players during the closed beta and was edited into a promotional CG. The video was from the perspective of the players. This promotional video introduced the background and environment of the world through the video. The official website of Galaxy announced that they would soon release other types of promotional videos to gradually introduce the other aspects of Galaxy. They also released news that the next promotional video would focus on the battle scenes of various professions. This would allow players to better understand the battle styles of different main professions, which was highly anticipated. The activity level of the forum was extremely high, and Han Xiao was also constantly paying attention to these developments. Each and every one of the professions that he had fought and bragged in the group made him feel a little complicated. He still remembered that at this time in his previous life, he was also a passionate novice player. Many years had passed, and not only did he become a hardcore leveler, but he had also transmigrated. Life was indeed unpredictable, and reality was much more interesting than novels. Back then, he was one of the players who bought the second batch of game cabins. Han Xiao was very curious if there would be another him, so he had been paying attention to the forum. For the past few days, Han Xiao had been staying in Big Horn Village. During this period, players had been attracted to him, and new players were constantly arriving. A group of new players who had just arrived at Big Horn Village and asked curiously, "This is the novice village, right?" A player with a pistol on his waist walked past them and immediately attracted the attention of the new players. "Big brother, where are you going to buy this pistol?" "Oh, you guys are new players, right?" "You asked the right person. Let me tell you, don't go to Big Horn Village to buy a gun. Go straight to the west. There's a high-ranking person called Black Phantom there. He sells good and cheap guns, and you can change your profession," the player with the gun said. "Really? Let's go take a look now." The new player's eyes lit up. "Go, don't forget to thank me." The player with the gun had a proud look on his face. More new players were recommended. As soon as they entered the game, they eagerly looked for Han Xiao and then went to Big Horn Village to accept missions. They used all the money they earned to buy things to increase Han Xiao's favorability. They were like diligent bees, constantly transporting wealth to Han Xiao. In just a few days, Han Xiao had earned a lot of money. He had earned more than 500,000 aquamarine dollars and almost 1 million EXP. The efficiency was amazing, and it was very safe. It was much safer than him working tirelessly to complete missions. This had provided him with a huge potential to gain EXP. The players now are all new players. When they grow up, I'll be able to earn more profit. The function of an NPC could give him a huge advantage when facing players, but Han Xiao was very clear that there was a prerequisite. He had to always be in the lead in all aspects. Only then would he be able to squeeze benefits out of the players. Although the situation is good now, I can't relax. Han Xiao thought to himself as he blew out a puff of smoke. Among the players in Big Horn Village, about 20% had chosen to become a mechanic. The rest of the players were observing. Only when he showed them the strength of a mechanic would they be swayed. Han Xiao looked at the computer. The Darknet had sent a message saying that the Germinal organization's retreating army would pass by Big Horn Village this afternoon. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a cute female voice. "Black Phantom, why are you making an enemy out of the Germinal organization?" In front of him was a petite female player who only reached his chin. She had short hair, and her big, watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Her face was as cute as an apple, and he could not help but want to poke her cheeks with his finger. The ID above her head was Maple Moon. She was the first female player to learn skills from him. "Oh, this is an acquaintance." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows as he recalled. Maple Moon, one of the representatives of the Mechanics Rise in the 3rd season. She was originally a casual player, but she made a name for herself in the third season. She was signed by a club. It was revealed on the forums that Maple Moon liked to uncover hidden stories. She kept accumulating until the third season, when the version was in favor of mechanics. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled as a new idea came to him. Chapter 130. From the missions that Han Xiao had issued, Maple Moon had guessed that Han Xiao and the Germinal organization were enemies. If it were a normal player, they would not have bothered to read the background of the mission and would have just finished it. However, she liked to enjoy the story of the game and was very curious about the story behind it. The name Black Phantom made her imagine all kinds of assassins and revenge stories. Maple Moon's sharp senses told her that there was something worth digging deeper into. This is the first player who has interacted with me outside of missions and trades. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Han Technician had thought about the relationship between the players and himself before coming to the conclusion that they were not enemies, except for the players who had accepted the mission to deal with him. He could extract benefits from the players and train players with potential to become his helpers. Through mutual benefits and binding benefits, he could make the players fight for him willingly. The fact that the players could revive seemed to be disadvantageous to Han Xiao, but from another perspective, it also meant that they were the best fighters and cannon fodder for the players. Although there were many players with no moral integrity, which was also a symbol of chaos, Han Xiao knew the players' psychology very well. He understood the players' motives. As long as he grasped this context, he could control the actions of the players to a certain extent. If he used it well, he could gain a huge advantage when facing the NPC forces, just like the advantage he had when facing the players. There seemed to be a name for this, two-timing? Oh, no, it should be called grasping both hands and being hard on both. Han Xiao glanced at her, then suddenly turned around and walked into the carriage. Maple Moon was stunned for a moment before following him. The carriage was full of lathes and parts. Han Xiao pointed casually and signaled Maple Moon to sit as she pleased. He lit a cigarette and started smoking slowly. The smoke created a sense of mystery. Maple Moon saw this and knew that something was going to happen. Her heart was beating rapidly, and her face was full of anticipation. Han Xiao flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "The Germinal organization is an evil organization. They use the grief of their country's destruction to manipulate the people of their country to fight for their ambitions. They want to ignite the flames of war and add another scar to this world that is already full of scars." Han Xiao told her about the evil and bloody deeds of the Germinal organization, but he did not make it up. The Germinal organization had indeed done a lot of bloody things. He could look up the files on the darknet and his memories from his previous life and tell her everything. Maple Moon's emotions fluctuated as she listened to Han Xiao's narration. Her impression of the Germinal organization had hit rock bottom, and she was filled with anger. Maple Moon was an emotional player who paid attention to the story of the game. She made decisions based on her own heart and was not completely motivated by profit. There were many players like Maple Moon. After all, most players were here to enjoy the game. The game was also a story that could immerse people in it. However, most of these players were playing single-player games. Very few of them were playing MMOs. Han Xiao actually admired players like Maple Moon. He coughed and purposely asked a question that was obviously a trigger. "Are you willing to become enemies with the Germinal organization?" This was similar to the meaning of yes and no. Maple Moon nodded solemnly. Black Phantom's favorability towards you has increased by 5 points. After adjusting the favorability, Han Xiao took out a phone and passed it to Maple Moon. "Very good, I see your courage. When you grow up, use this phone to contact me. You have received the mission, Black Phantom's invitation. Reach level 20 and contact Black Phantom." Maple Moon was pleasantly surprised. She was secretly excited that she had made the right choice. She was right, there was a hidden storyline that could be triggered. Seeing the excitement on Maple Moon's face, Han Xiao smiled in his heart. He was ready to cast a wide net to catch the big fish. Due to the limit, the number of players he could train was limited. Therefore, it was very important to choose the right person. Maple Moon was going to be a famous mechanic player in the future, and she could compliment him. She was undoubtedly a very good spare tire, backup. As for the specific candidates, he still had to think about it carefully. Han Xiao planned to choose those players with integrity and strength. As long as he showed that there was a hidden storyline that could be triggered, the other professional players would automatically come to him. This would give him more options. A vague outline of a plan appeared. Han Xiao felt that it was very promising, but at the moment, he still needed to wait for the players to grow for a while before he could proceed with the next step of the plan. After sending away the excited Maple Moon, Han Xiao waited until noon. Seeing that it was about time, he set a new mission and waited for the players to trigger it. Hunting Germinal, follow Black Phantom to stop a Germinal troop. This mission is a prize pool mission. The base reward is 35,000 EXP. 500 EXP is required to accept the mission. The EXP will be distributed to the top 5 players, or teams, based on the ratio. Han Xiao could give out all kinds of missions, including prize pool missions. Unfortunately, the reward was based on the maximum limit of a single mission. However, for players who were currently around level 4 or 5, 35,000 EXP was still an astronomical figure. Players had to pay an entry fee to accept the prize pool mission. Han Xiao tried and realized that he could not use the EXP that players put into the prize pool. He felt a little helpless and felt that he had lost a way to earn money. The first to discover the prize pool mission was from the Kill All Guild, and they were shocked by the reward. This is the first prize pool mission to appear. Damn, 35,000 EXP. Even the base reward is a little too much. I can only do a few hundred EXP per mission. If more players accept this mission, the prize pool will accumulate to an astronomical figure. The entire Kill All Guild was excited. Sliceyup's eyes flashed. No, we can't let other players accept this mission. The guild members were shocked and looked at the guild leader in confusion. Why? Only 5 players or teams can get the reward for this mission. There are tens of thousands of players in Big Horn Village, and some of them are professional players. Instead of trying our luck and competing with them, why don't we just get the 35,000 EXP? Sliceyup said. If only our own people accept the mission, then we can manipulate the ranking. Since the team is also considered as a whole, the EXP will be divided equally among the members. This way, the EXP won't be much. If only one person gets the ranking, then we can earn a lot. Sliceyup's idea was to let a few core members, including himself, complete the mission and obtain a huge amount of EXP. They would be trained as elites, which was equivalent to transferring the EXP of other members to the elites. Each member would only get 500 EXP. It was not much, but if all the EXP was gathered on one person, it would greatly increase the growth of that person. The members looked at each other. Although they were a little reluctant, compared to work, it was just a little EXP. They did not care if it was gone, so they all agreed. The mission will start in the afternoon, so Black Phantom will definitely leave early. So, we just need to prevent any players from coming into contact with Black Phantom for 2 hours, and we'll be done. Sliceyup ordered the members to guard Han Xiao with their pistols. If anyone comes near, warn them. If they don't listen, just shoot. The Kill All Guild had more than 20 core members and more than 100 peripheral members in Big Horn Village. It was the biggest force at the moment. These workshop-like guilds were different from casual players. They had businesses in many games. Only when they determined that a game was worth investing in would they mobilize members from other games to join. The Kill All Guild had thousands of members, but there were only slightly more than 100 players in Galaxy at the moment. They would only continue to join when more game capsules were released. Players could kill each other. The more they killed, the more evil they would accumulate. Once they were killed by others, they would drop more EXP and equipment. Han Xiao realized that there was a circle of guild players around him. They were threatening and chasing away other players, not allowing anyone to come into contact with him. They were very strong in numbers, and the players who were chased away did not dare to say anything. After thinking for a while, he understood the Kill All Guild's intention. His face darkened. How dare you try to monopolize my prize pool mission? The original intention of releasing the prize pool mission was to mobilize more players to be cannon fodder. The Kill-All Guild's actions had interfered with his plan. A large group of players surrounded him, filled with righteous indignation. Too overbearing. I just want to restock my ammo. What right do you have to monopolize Black Phantom? At this time, the people from Sky Territory squeezed through the crowd and confronted the Kill-All Guild. Jade Green Sky shouted, "What do you want from Kill-All?" Slice You Up was expressionless and did not explain at all. He waved his hand, and the guild members around him immediately raised their pistols and aimed. It caused a chain reaction, and Sky Territory also raised their pistols. The players were in an uproar and hurriedly backed away to avoid being splashed with blood. Jade Green Sky was a little hesitant. He had fewer people on his side compared to Kill-All. Once the battle started, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. He did not understand why the Kill-All Guild suddenly became so overbearing. There must be something fishy, but with so many people watching, Sky Territory could not back down. Jade Green Sky and his guild members looked at each other and confirmed each other's thoughts. Fight. Both sides were ready to fight. The players craned their necks to watch the show. It was not every day that two guilds fought, and these were two big famous guilds. The battle was about to start. At this time, everyone in Kill-All received a notification on the interface. Black Phantom's favorability towards you decreased by 10 points. Current favorability is -5 points. Current relationship, cold. Chapter 131. What the F***CK? What happened? Why did the favorability drop? The members of Kill-All were confused. They immediately turned around and saw Han Xiao looking at them coldly. Now, they knew what was going on. They hurriedly moved to the side, shocked. Slice You Up was frustrated. He did not know that his actions would make Black Phantom unhappy. Wasn't it normal for guilds to monopolize resources in the game? Why was this NPC so smart? All the favorability points that he had earned over the past few days were gone, and he even lost a lot of money. The surrounding members looked at him with resentment. Slice You Up regretted his actions. He felt that his position as the guild leader had decreased by 1 point. It was very embarrassing, so he could only leave with his people. The surrounding players were confused. They did not understand why Kill-All, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly shrunk. Jade Green Sky thought that Kill-All was afraid of Sky Territory and was confused. What is going on? When did my guild become so strong? Without anyone blocking the way, the players finally noticed the prize pool mission. They finally understood the purpose of Kill-All and were filled with righteous indignation. What the F***CK? They want to monopolize it. So despicable. After a while of verbal attacks, the players' attention was attracted to the prize pool mission. 1 by 1, 10 by 10, and 10 by 100, the players swarmed to accept the mission. The prize pool had accumulated to more than 500,000, which was an astronomical figure that was completely unimaginable to the current players. Just looking at this number made them so excited that they could not breathe. Only the top 5 players could get the prize. The ranking was determined by the damage output. Compared to the number of participants, the probability of getting 5 slots was undoubtedly very small. However, the common problem of humans was that they all thought that they were very lucky and had a 1 in a million fantasy. What if they won? This was the same as the 3 biggest illusions in life: she likes me, I can kill her, and this is in the bag. The current players were not even LV10, so their combat power was very low. However, the advantage was that they were not afraid of death. With a pistol, they had some lethality. At least, they could use the number of people to share the firepower. This was what Han Xiao thought when he issued the mission. Bighorn Mountain Forest was vast. The Darknet's intelligence was very good. It marked the exact route of the Germinal organization's evacuation. Everyone arrived at the booby-trapped location. The players spread out and formed teams to ambush. Among them, the closed beta players were very popular. Naturally, the guilds had the most advantage. Teaming up was the general trend. Everyone believed that it was impossible to get a place in the rankings by relying on the damage output of a single person. Maple Moon was a little depressed. Most of the players had their own groups. She was one step too late and couldn't find anyone to form a group with. Seeing this, Han Xiao stopped Maple Moon. He took out a modified sniper rifle and a few sniper magazines and handed them to Maple Moon. "I'll lend you this gun. You stay by my side." Maple Moon covered her mouth in surprise. She felt that this was the benefit of triggering a hidden quest, but when she looked at the attributes of the sniper rifle, she was immediately troubled. The sniper rifle required level 1, sniper, to be at level 1. "But I don't know how to use it." Maple Moon pouted. "Han Xiao wants to teach you, snipe. Would you like to spend 2000 EXP to learn it?" This was the sniper skill that Han Xiao did not release for the players to learn. Maple Moon felt a huge shock in her heart and agreed immediately. Since Maple Moon was worth nurturing, Han Xiao would naturally treat her more favorably. That's right, this was called an inside job. The other players were not convinced. Hold it in. In this materialistic society, those without children had no right to speak. The wind blew through the forest, rustling. The ambushing players were nervous and excited. It was the first time for many of them to participate in a battle. Jade Green Sky led the members of Sky Territory to hide in the forest. He was determined to get into the top 3 of the prize pool mission. He thought to himself, our biggest competitor should be Kill All. The first place should be between us and Kill All. On the other side, Slice You Up was still brooding over the fact that Han Xiao's favorability had plummeted. However, the mission still had to be completed. He looked at the dejected members and said, "Don't think so much. Finish the mission first. Don't let the people of Sky Territory get ahead of us." The passing time was like a sharp knife, making the atmosphere more and more solemn. Han Xiao took out the information from the darknet and looked at it one last time. There were 2 combat-type executive officers in this batch of retreating troops, Fryer and Seabury. Both of them used to serve in the same country's elite forces. They were around LV-30 and were no threat to him at all. Boom. Boom. The sound of engines came from afar. The Germinal Organization's armed forces appeared in the electromagnetic scanning scope of the sniper rifle. Han Xiao's eyes focused, and his entire aura suddenly became ethereal. Maple Moon, who was lying on the ground with a sniper rifle, suddenly felt as if Han Xiao had disappeared. He was right in front of her, but she could not sense him. This made her feel very uncomfortable. "You have entered stealth state. Plus 8% DEX. Your next attack will result in a cheap shot effect. You have entered hold your breath state. Plus 15% damage of your next attack." Night Stalker gave Han Xiao many stealth skills. Together with Burning Will, this shot would make anyone pregnant. In the past, there was Xiao Li's flying dagger. Today, there was Xiao Han's one shot. This shot was prepared for the executive officers. Han Xiao held his breath like a patient hunter. The retreating troops of the Germinal Organization entered the area where the traps were laid. They were immediately shocked by the traps on the ground and fell into deep confusion. Was this a trap? If it was not a trap, how ferocious were the beasts here? If it was a trap, who would be stupid enough to use traps on an armed force? Furthermore, it was so obvious. Fryer was the commander. He felt that something was not right and said through the walkie-talkie, "Be careful, there may be an ambush here. Minesweepers, go." The troops slowed down their advance. The minesweepers with metal detectors on their backs walked at the front to check for mines. The organization had moved a lot of bases, and many troops had been intercepted. The enemy was not only the Six Nations, but there were also enemies who wanted to take advantage of them. When the Germinal Organization was strong, these enemies did not dare to do anything. Now that there was an opportunity to take advantage of them, they became arrogant. Fryer and Seabury had been attacked on the way, so they were on high alert. Beep, beep, beep. The metal detectors lit up in red, indicating that there were mines underground. At the same time, the scouts also found traces of human activity. There is an ambush ahead. Fryer's face darkened. While the Germinal troops were scouting the mines, the players hiding in the forest also saw the enemy. The fully armed Germinal troops and armored vehicles looked very intimidating and were not to be trifled with. However, when they thought about the huge reward pool of the mission, the players could not hold back anymore. A group of players immediately jumped out and opened fire from afar with their pistols. The Germinal organization troops wanted to instinctively lie down to avoid the bullets, but they realized that the enemy's bullets were almost flying into outer space. Counterattack. The Germinal organization troops immediately opened fire. The sound of submachine guns rang out, and the machine guns of the armored vehicles roared. Some of the heavy firepower players fired their howitzers. Chapter 132. What the F***ck, what kind of damage is that? I was just grazed by the blast and died. My experience is dropping like crazy. The first wave of players died valiantly, and the remaining players were shocked by the firepower of the Germinal organization. The mission requirement is to deal the highest damage. As long as we can deal damage, it doesn't matter if we die. Go. Slice you up, gritted his teeth. The death penalty in Galaxy was not light. One would lose experience according to their level, and they could only revive 10 times in 6 days. The next time they revived, the time would be extended, and they would be forced to go offline. However, for the prize pool mission, dying once or twice was worth it. The Sky Territory had the same idea, and the other players followed suit. Although they were in a state of disunity, the thousands of people charging fearlessly gave the Germinal organization soldiers a shock. Are these enemies here to die? Siebel was shocked. He had never seen such a fearless army. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, ready to take a bite out of them even if they had to die. Their aura was indeed terrifying, but their combat power was too much. A disorderly mob. Since they want to die, let's grant them their wish. Fryer snorted and quickly ordered. Because there were mines in the forest, the armored vehicles did not move forward. The Germinal organization troops used the armored vehicles as a base to counterattack, killing the players one by one. We can't beat them at all. I've already died twice. The situation was completely one-sided. The players were being slaughtered, and they fell in droves. However, for the mission reward, they still fought back. I'll give them a surprise. Siebel grinned. He looked at the enemies and felt that they were no threat at all. He could not help but want to attack. Fryer frowned. Don't go too crazy. We're in a hurry. Humph, I've always been fast. Siebel jumped down from the armored vehicle, and with a spring of his legs, his strong physique allowed him to charge at the players like a cannonball. With one kick, he crushed a player's chest and stomped on him, sending him crashing into a tree and exploding into a cloud of blood and gore. The players' pistols were no threat to Siebel. When they aimed, they would have already dodged. Even if they were hit, they would only deal single-digit damage. Siebel was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The players retreated in panic, but they were chased down and killed without being able to fight back. Many of them threw out detection. Siebel. Level. Attributes. Danger level. Extremely lethal, another extreme fatality. All along, they had no concept of this level of danger. Only now did they know how big the gap was. The battle prowess of a high-level figure was indeed terrifying. Black Phantom should be as strong as Seabury, right? This thought flashed through many players' minds. Seabury was bathed in blood like a ferocious beast. Because the scene was too realistic, even some of the more timid players were frightened. They hurriedly adjusted the game to neutral mode to reduce the gory scene. Some also turned on the recording function and recorded the scene of blood splattering everywhere. A player who fell down in a panic was stepped on by Seabury. Seabury was in the mood to kill, and just as he was about to stomp on the player like a cockroach, a huge flower of blood suddenly burst out of his chest, and a hollow cavity appeared where his heart was. Seabury froze. His expression froze on his face, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Dead. He was insta-killed. The players were bewildered. How did the enemy, who was like a blood-soaked demon god just a moment ago, kneel down in the blink of an eye? Only then did the sound of a sniper rifle with the sound of electric current come from afar. Jade green sky, slice you up, and the players who were still alive all looked in the direction of the gunshot. They all remembered that it was where Black Phantom was lying in ambush. This shot was done by Black Phantom. Such a powerful enemy was insta-killed by Black Phantom in one shot. The players gasped. Black Phantom's danger level was also extreme fatality, but his performance was much more lethal than Seabury's. Black Phantom was obviously a higher level figure, and their strength was not on the same level. Thinking that the powerful Seabury was insta-killed, the player's impression of Han Xiao suddenly became unfathomable. He insta-killed someone just like that, how terrifying. Seabury's aura is very strong. How could he be insta-killed? Fryer was shocked. The power of this shot sounded familiar. A sniper who insta-killed a superhuman. It seemed like only one person could do that. Fryer's expression changed drastically. Blood Pact Society's ghost-level Black Phantom. Damn it, why would a monster of this level come looking for trouble with us? Isn't he only doing bounties? In the past 2 months, Black Phantom had risen to fame in the underground world. His battle results were outstanding. He had killed Lightning Ember by Jin and Wildhound Nordric in one shot. Even the famous Invisible Demon had been hunted down by Black Phantom like a stray dog and had almost been killed. Black Phantom had become the most popular assassin in the Blood Pact Society, and his name had caused people to change their expressions. The Germinal organization had already ordered not to have any conflicts with Black Phantom. Even the organization was not willing to provoke such a troublesome super killer. Fryer had the intention to retreat. He hurriedly ordered, "Retreat." But it was too late. Han Xiao activated the EMP that he had planted long ago, and all the armored vehicles within the effective range were paralyzed with a series of crackling noises. However, there were still a third of the vehicles that were not within the effective range of the EMP, and this included Frey's command vehicle. Fryer did not care about his troops and turned around to retreat. "Once you're in my sight, don't even think about running." Han Xiao's eyes were like ice. He activated another program. With his max level, basic programming, he had bound most of the mechanical control systems to the computer and could be remotely controlled. 300 meters to the side of the Germinal organization's troops, 3 metal discs were lying quietly in the soil. Suddenly, the discs split from the middle, and the mechanical parts folded to form a multi-barreled heavy machine gun. It became a small automatic battery, and the metal discs became the base of the battery. This was the small collapsible battery that Han Xiao had planted long ago. It was equipped with an automatic fire control system, and the ammunition was all armor-piercing high-explosive bullets with a range of 500 meters. The small collapsible battery was one of the new blueprints that Han Xiao had created. Its original form was a fixed battery made from knowledge fusion. He had added folding technology and other miscellaneous blueprints to it. After hundreds of failures, he had created it himself. He had spent a lot of effort on it, but it was very practical. Similar things could be created by knowledge fusion, but creating it himself saved him a lot of experience. As Han Xiao learned more and more blueprints, his ability to truly understand the use of knowledge became more and more obvious. In the past 2 months, he had bought the remaining 3 basic knowledges from the factions he was on good terms with. Basic energy conversion, basic thermodynamics, and basic acoustics. He had learned all 15 basic knowledges. In his previous life, it was very rare for a level 40 player to be able to collect all the basic knowledges. Some could not even learn all of them at max level. The multi-barreled machine gun automatically aimed at the Germinal organization's troops 200 meters away. After 1 second of preheating, it spat out a torrential rain of hot steel. The trees that were in the way were destroyed, and the bullets instantly filled the Germinal organization's armored vehicles with holes. The flames were dazzling. Screams were heard. The cost of a small collapsible battery was very high, and so was the ammunition. The battle of the mechanic class was burning money, but once there was enough money, the mechanic class could explode with overwhelming power. Only the rich Han Xiao could unleash the power of the mechanic class without fear. The firepower of the battery shocked the players, and they immediately became fanatical. So this is how the mechanic class fights. He can actually crush an entire army by himself. So strong. Han Xiao was not idle either. He used his sniper rifle to shoot at the enemies one by one. Seeing the excited expressions of the players, he secretly smiled. Originally, there was no need to use the battery to deal with this small group of Germinal Organization troops, but in order to let the players see the destructive power of the mechanic class, he spared no expense and successfully attracted the interest of the players. Appearances were always misleading. When the players truly understood the cost of the mechanic class, they would understand that there was a saying that could be used to describe this class. Using money to create happiness, no money to play with your *SS. One of the main reasons why the mechanic class was weak in the early stages was because they were not always poor. The enemy was utterly defeated, and the players realized that this was the best opportunity to deal the final blow, so they excitedly rushed forward. Maple Moon also opened fire. Her sniper scope was equipped with electromagnetic scanning and auxiliary aiming. Basically, every shot was able to hit a Germinal Organization soldier. The more she fought, the more proficient she became. Although the realism of the battle scene made Maple Moon a little uncomfortable, she had also experienced bloody scenes in other games, so she quickly adapted. The interface could also adjust the visual effects of the person to reduce the gore. Han Xiao shot through Freya's knees with 2 shots, leaving him alive. He then switched to Red Falcon and quickly cleaned up the Germinal Organization soldiers. His killing efficiency was much higher than the players, 1 shot for each kill. The gunshots stopped, and the battle was over. The players were still unsatisfied. Freya, whose legs were shot through, did not care about the pain. He looked at the group of players in ragged clothes in shock. He had seen the battle very clearly. Many people were killed, but they appeared again. Are these people immortal? Freya was dumbfounded. Han Xiao, who was dressed in black, appeared. The noisy and excited players quieted down. Han Xiao came in front of Freya, squatted down, and stared into Freya's shocked and angry eyes. He said lightly, "Where were you going?" "Black Phantom, the Germinal Organization will never let you go." Freya stared at him angrily. "You said the opposite." Han Xiao was expressionless. He lifted Freya's collar and walked into a small forest. Not long after, inhuman screams were heard. The players shivered. Just from the sound, they could imagine how horrible Freya's treatment was. 10 minutes later, the screams stopped. Han Xiao reappeared, but Freya was gone. He took a piece of cloth and wiped the blood off his hands. He had already gotten the information he wanted. Seeing the players around him staring at him, he completed the prize pool mission. The players received the notification at the same time. Hunting Germinal Organization, completed. Current prize pool, 520,000 experience. Damage ranking, 1st, Maple Moon, solo, 2nd, Jade Green Sky, team, 3rd, Slice You Up, team, 4th, prize pool experience will be distributed according to 30%, 25%, 20%, 15%, and 10%. There was an uproar. The ranking was beyond everyone's expectations. He surpassed Sky Territory and Kill the World. He actually made the list as a solo damage dealer. Unbelievable. Who is Maple Moon? A professional player? I have never heard of this ID. Chapter 133. Jade Green Sky and Slice You Up were shocked. The damage output of a solo player was higher than the damage output of a small team. The experience gained by a small team had to be shared equally, but Maple Moon had more than 100,000 experience points all by herself. This was terrifying. This meant that she was ahead of all the players, including those from other novice planet. Maple Moon was stunned by the sudden surprise. Looking at the experience bar on the interface, she could not believe it. During the battle, she had been using the sniper rifle to deal steady damage. She did not expect to be first. She knew herself well and knew that it was all because of Black Phantom's help. This was obviously the benefit of triggering the hidden mission. Maple Moon secretly made up her mind to continue unearthing the hidden mission. Black Phantom, this super thigh, must be held tight. Han Xiao returned to the car, and Maple Moon obediently returned the sniper rifle. The players followed them and were surprised to find that Black Phantom had a special interaction with Maple Moon. Jade Green Sky immediately reacted. "This is the hidden mission. She's so lucky." Everyone stared at Maple Moon enviously. Maple Moon was not used to being stared at by so many people. Her face turned red, and she quickly hid in the car. Han Xiao did not chase her away. He drove back to Bighorn Village Settlement, and the players had no choice but to walk behind him. While driving, Han Xiao browsed the forum. Suddenly, a new post was pinned to the top. The title was "The Combat Power of a High-Level Character." He clicked in and saw the battle just now. Some players had uploaded a video of the battle. The Germinal organization showed their strong combat power. When Seabury was killing the players, there were very few comments. The viewers were very nervous and felt like they were there. However, in the next moment, Seabury was killed in one shot. The comments exploded like a geyser. Then, the cannons were activated and directly destroyed the Germinal organization's troops. The scene was even more shocking. Dozens of players replied to the post every second. Soon, there were thousands of replies. "That enemy, Seabury, is so strong, but he was killed in one shot. Isn't Black Phantom the high-level NPC in Bighorn Village? What's his level? The mechanic class is so strong. I feel like he has a bright future. F***CK, I was on a planet with a magical background. There was no mechanic class." After reading these surprised replies, Han Xiao secretly smiled. "My plan to pretend. P2E, show off my strength is working." The effect was very obvious. As soon as they returned to the settlement, the players who had hesitated to change their class could not wait to learn the basic knowledge. Originally, only 20% of the people in Bighorn Village chose to change their class to mechanic. However, after the video went viral, the players' expectations for the mechanic class suddenly skyrocketed. Players who were hesitant to change their class immediately changed their class to mechanic. 100, 500, 1000. The experience points on the interface were accumulating at an insane rate. Han Xiao had to keep a straight face to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Over the past few days in Bighorn Village, he had obtained 2 to 3 million experience points while idling around. It was comparable to the experience points he had accumulated in 4 to 5 missions. His efficiency and safety were through the roof. Sure enough, players were the market with the most potential. The NPC template was indeed awesome. Imparting skills was completely free of cost. Only with the interface and the NPC function could such an effect be achieved. Han Xiao understood the principle of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, so he only imparted the basic skills. These players who were attracted to change their class to mechanic would be his main customers in the future. After all, his ability was also a mechanic. When these players understood the mechanic class in version 1.0, they would realize that they had been cheated. There was no use crying and crying. They could either continue playing or start from scratch. In this way, Han Xiao had achieved his goal. As long as these players wanted to quickly improve their combat power, they could only rely on him and buy advanced machinery from him. Want to become stronger? How could they not spend money? Han Xiao took a puff of his cigarette and thought to himself, after a few versions, "You will definitely be grateful to me." Sigh, thinking about this, my conscience does not hurt anymore. On the other side, Jade Green Sky found Maple Moon and asked politely, "Girl, do you have time?" Maple Moon was confused. Seeing a group of male players with hungry eyes, she took a few steps back in fear and said nervously, "What do you want to do?" "I'm warning you, this game has a function to prevent sexual harassment." The members of Sky Territory did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Girl, we are curious about your hidden storyline. We are not interested in you." Jade Green Sky coughed and said, "I just want to ask how to trigger Black Phantom's hidden storyline." "Don't worry, we will pay you accordingly." Maple Moon shook her head and rejected without hesitation. She liked to dig up hidden storylines, not for profit. Furthermore, she was worried that it would affect Black Phantom's good impression of her. Jade Green Sky had no choice but to leave. Suddenly, a member said, "We can ask if any other players saw Maple Moon trigger Black Phantom's conversation." Jade Green Sky's eyes lit up. He nodded in agreement. He really did find something. He found out how to trigger the hidden storyline from a player. Han Xiao sent away the last few players who came to change their class. Jade Green Sky came over excitedly. Following Maple Moon's conversation, he asked, "Black Phantom, why are you going against the Germinal organization?" "Oh, a fish has taken the bait." Han Xiao glanced at him. Jade Green Sky. Although he is a president, his potential is not good. I'll just answer him directly. What does it have to do with you? Jade Green Sky was confused. Why is this different from Maple Moon's treatment? Was I cheated? He was not satisfied and changed his lines again and again. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and did not play along. Jade Green Sky could only give up in the end. Could it be that it depends on gender? This thought suddenly appeared in Jade Green Sky's mind. He stared at Han Xiao's salted fish face for a long time, which definitely could not attract the interest of any girl. He suddenly realized that he had seen through the truth. The market potential of the Bighorn Village players had been used up temporarily. It was now the early stage of the game, and the players were still rookies. As they grew and participated in the storyline, there would be more opportunities for him to gain benefits. Han Xiao had a set of business plans for the players. This was just the beginning. As the players grew, the plan could be gradually implemented. He was not in a hurry to go to the next novice village. Previously, he had asked Fryer in a friendly manner and obtained some information about the evacuation route of the Germinal organization in southern continent. This was a large-scale war, and he estimated that he could obtain a lot of Grade A mission progress. According to his character, he would definitely participate. If he did not do something like this, he would really be a salted fish. Under the reluctant gazes of the Bighorn Village players, Han Xiao drove away. Maple Moon watched the car leave and secretly decided that she would contact Black Phantom when she reached level 20. Just half an hour after Han Xiao left, the panting Mad Blade finally arrived at Bighorn Village. He hurriedly grabbed a player and asked, "Where is Black Phantom?" "He left long ago." Mad Blade's face turned pale. He was only half a day late because the West Capital was on lockdown to search for the Germinal organization spies. He wanted to cry but had no tears. The battle video on the forum continued to gain popularity. Han Xiao was so far the most powerful high-level character that the players had ever seen. From a few hundred meters away, he could kill a strong enemy with one shot, and he could also control the turrets. These abilities were very desirable to the players. When he appeared, he was like a black phantom, powerful, mysterious, and ghostly. If it was not for the fact that the face simulator looked too salted, he might have attracted a group of female fans. The player who uploaded the video first was called Mu Chen. He was a lurker, and his posts were always popular. This was the first time that he had experienced the feeling of having thousands of replies. He was reading the replies excitedly. Ding dong. Suddenly, he received an email from the back end. Mu Chen was confused. He did not add any friends, so who sent him an email? "Dear player, your video has been selected as the promotional material for version 1.0. The reward will be sent to your account within 1 working day. Please check it, Galaxy Official." Chapter 134. Most players were busy with missions. Organized players were more purposeful, such as guilds and professional players. They planned their development path and grew steadily. However, the Guild of Gods was in an awkward situation. Jupiter had thrown the daily affairs to the vice president, and he had not given up on the A-level mission. He had brought some people to look for the Germinal organization's base, but to no avail. He had no choice but to pay attention to the forum to see if there were any players in contact with the Germinal organization. He found it. Andrea was the Germinal organization's base camp. Players who landed in Andrea could easily join the Germinal organization, but this was of no help to Jupiter. The core members who had accepted the Class A mission were all in the southern continent, and Zero was most likely in the southern continent as well. It was impossible for Jupiter to bring people to the Andrea continent. More importantly, They had no way to go to another continent. In fact, they could take a cruise ship or a plane, but the current players had not come into contact with this level yet. The most popular post on the forum was the battle scene recorded by the Big Horn Village players. Jupiter had not seen it before, but he was shocked when he opened it. Just as he was about to close the post, he suddenly noticed something. He quickly stopped playing and looked carefully. He finally confirmed that the attacked troops had the Germinal organization's emblem. God, I finally found the organization. Jupiter almost burst into tears, but he suddenly realized that the troops had been wiped out. His expression changed, and he quickly looked at the content of the post. Unfortunately, the original poster did not mention the details except for the video. Jupiter desperately wanted to know what had happened, so he asked the members to contact the players in Big Horn Village. The guild was very efficient. He quickly found out that the attacked troops were the Germinal organization's evacuating troops. He was stunned. Evacuate? Why evacuate? Where are they evacuating from? How big is the evacuation? One troop or many? Jupiter swallowed and suddenly had a very bad feeling. He felt that he would not be able to return to the Germinal organization in a short time. This A-level mission was so F***ed up. Jupiter's balls were about to break. The mission had not even started, and the organization that issued the mission had already left. What was there to play? In the evening, the setting sun was as red as blood. In the evening sky, the outlines of a few moons could be seen. In the forest outside Big Horn Village, Mad Blade Angry Sword walked in the forest with his head down. He was devastated that he had missed Black Phantom. I must find him. Mad Blade Furious Sword quickly shook off his dejected mood. He was very determined as he talked to himself to encourage himself. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, someone spoke. Mad Blade raised his head and saw a truck parked in front of him. A man in black was waiting beside the truck and staring at him. It was Black Phantom. Mad Blade's fury sword quivered in excitement. Every cloud has a silver lining. You, have we met before? Mad Blade stammered. He was not completely sure that Black Phantom was Han Xiao, so he was very nervous. After asking the question, he felt like every second was like years, like he was waiting for the verdict. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. What do you think? It was this familiar look. His eyes made one's blood run cold. Mad Blade was ecstatic. He was sure that this person was Han Xiao. Luckily, I didn't give up and finally found you. Come with me. Han Xiao smiled faintly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and tilted his head toward the truck. Mad Blade Furious Sword suppressed the joy in his heart and hurriedly got into the truck. He did not care where Han Xiao was taking him. He just wanted to stay by Han Xiao's side. Okay, I know what you guys are thinking. This sentence is very appropriate, I know. Han Xiao smiled. After spending some happy days together, he naturally remembered Mad Blade Furious Sword. However, this was not the reason why he chose to bring Mad Blade Furious Sword. Mad Blade Furious Sword had a lot of potential and was worth a lot of effort to nurture. Furthermore, having a player by his side could be used as cannon fodder to help him take risks. After all, he would not die, so he could use him without any worries. The next mission seemed to be able to use Mad Blade Furious Sword, so when Han Xiao noticed that Mad Blade Furious Sword was following him, he stopped and waited for him. Mad Blade Furious Sword did not know that he was once again used as a lab rat. He was full of excitement as he sat in the truck and looked around. He remembered that during the closed beta, Han Xiao was clearly a member of the Star Dragon Intelligence Agency. How did he become Black Phantom all of a sudden? However, this was not important. As long as he could follow Han Xiao and continue to rely on him, Mad Blade Furious Sword would be satisfied. What are we going to do now? After the excitement passed, Mad Blade Furious Sword asked. Do something bad. Han Xiao took out his tablet and opened the map. He drew a circle on an area and threw it to Mad Blade Furious Sword. Mad Blade Furious Sword glanced at it. Tedramira River, where is that? A battlefield. Han Xiao finished calmly, stepped on the accelerator, and the truck rushed out. Tedramira River, a big river in the southern continent, connected to the sea. The river was wide and blue. Under the night sky, a long line of lights cruised along the river. This was a huge fleet disguised as fishing boats. In fact, they were various warships of the German organization, equipped with various shipboard weapons, anti-detection jammers, machine gun interception arrays, and so on. Due to the Six Nations cleanup operation, the German organization's bases had begun to evacuate. A small number of important people took the air route, while most of the supplies, vehicles, and ordinary armed personnel took the water route. The evacuation operation had reached its end. This fleet was the last large fleet to evacuate from the southern continent. The outer layer of frigates guarded a large number of barges in the middle. The barges were full of vehicles and armed personnel of the ground forces. The evacuation plan was to follow a branch of the Tedramira River out to sea and meet with the other ground forces near the estuary. The ground forces would board the ships. Both sides had a unified command. The person in charge was called Lin Yu, the person in charge of the German organization's largest base in the southern continent. He was currently the commander and was also in the fleet. Lin Yu was a middle-aged man. He was also a combat-capable executive officer. He was looking at the map with a serious face in the command room. There were many parts to the evacuation plan. The fleet and the ground forces had to ensure that they arrived near the estuary at the same time because the fleet could not stop. During the evacuation, a large number of Star Dragon and Hessler fighter jets were scouting. The fleet's whereabouts had been exposed, and everyone was in a state of panic. Lin Yu was very clear that Hessler and Star Dragon must have set up a trap near the estuary. The Navy, Air Force, and ground forces that intercepted the fleet wanted to capture them all in one fell swoop. However, from the beginning, Lin Yu was very clear that it was impossible to secretly evacuate. A fierce battle was unavoidable. Only by forcefully tearing apart the blockade line could they escape. As long as we follow the Tedramira River into the sea, we will be able to escape this nightmare. But don't hold on to the illusion that everything will be smooth sailing. Lads, we will encounter a premeditated ambush. Star Dragon and Hessler's Navy will do whatever it takes to sink us near the estuary. I have been through 13 big and small wars. Among you, maybe some of you are veterans like me, and some of you may be new recruits. However, our fates are the same. Break through the blockade, and you can survive. If you are intercepted, even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will face the indefinite imprisonment of Star Dragon and Hessler, and you will never see the sun of freedom again. The Six Nations are all a bunch of hypocritical, treacherous villains. They talk about peace and freedom, but they initiate wars. Don't forget that your motherland was destroyed by the guns of the Six Nations. Never forget the hatred of blood. We have no choice but to fight to the death. These were the words that Lin Yu said to his subordinates. The armed personnel on the ship knew that there was going to be a fierce battle ahead, and they were ready for battle. There were many Germinal executive officers on the fleet, and Hella was among them. She was very worried about the upcoming battle. In her opinion, it was impossible for them to break through the blockade of Star Dragon and Hessler's navy with just these armed ships. Many people would die, and only a few would survive. However, Commander Lin Yu seemed to have a plan in mind. Hella could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart and not show it. She was still an iceberg to the outside world. In fact, to Hella, even if all the Germinal members on the fleet were to die, she would not frown. She hated the Germinal organization, but if she wanted to survive, she could only rely on these Germinal soldiers. Hella was very clear that her hands were stained with blood. She did not avoid this point. Self-blame and pity belonged to good people, and it was too extravagant for her. From the day she awakened her superpower, she knew that she could not be a good person. The ruler of death was destined to have blood on her hands. However, her sister Aurora was the opposite. She was an angel, and she used her love for the world to infect everyone who came into contact with her. If she had to talk about regret, she only regretted that she did not protect her sister well and fell into the hands of the Germinal organization. No matter what, I have to live. Only by living and being useful could she reduce her sister's suffering. Everyone who stood in her way was an enemy. Chapter 135. Star Dragon and Hessler's fleets had formed a tight blockade around the Tedramira River's tributary, and there were many mines on the riverbed at the estuary. The whereabouts of the Germinal Organization's retreating troops were known by the two countries. Star Dragon and Hessler viewed this battle as a great opportunity to kill the Germinal Organization. The trap had been set. In the eyes of the two countries, the Germinal Organization was like a wild beast with nowhere to run. Even if they knew that there was a hunter's trap ahead, they had no choice but to charge headlong into it. The battlefield was divided into two parts. The two countries were responsible for different areas. Hessler was mainly responsible for blocking the sea route, while Star Dragon was responsible for intercepting the enemy on the ground. This method of cooperation helped to share the responsibility and avoid conflict of command. Considering the individual combat power of the Germinal Organization's executive officers, Division 13 also sent Secret Service agents as emergency teams and assault troops with special tactical missions. They were on standby at a small dock near the estuary and listened to the military commander's orders. Zhong Wei's team was among them. A row of assault boats were neatly docked at the dock, and green military tents were hidden in the small forest behind the dock. In 2 months, the team had not changed much. Zhong Wei was still serious, Li Yalin was still sexy, Lin Yarrow was still angry, and Lambert was still as quiet as a rock. The only change was that there was a new, young face. Hu Yu, you have been in the team for a month. You have trained well. This mission is very important. Don't make any mistakes. In the team tent, Zhong Wei instructed the newcomer, Hu Yu. Hu Yu was a thin young man with 2 guns at his waist. He had long hair and was quite handsome. He nodded and smiled proudly. Captain, you think too much. In the past month, when have I not completed a mission perfectly? Zhong Wei nodded. Hu Yu was an agent trained by Division 13. He had replaced Han Xiao and joined the team. His performance had been good, so Zhong Wei was not worried. Li Yalin crossed her arms in front of her chest and sat at the side with her legs crossed. She was frowning and seemed to be in a bad mood. In fact, she had not been in a good mood since Han Xiao ran away and the agents who had lost their deposits came to ask for money. Hu Yu came over and sat beside Li Yalin. He smiled and said, "Beauty Li, what are you thinking?" Li Yalin glared at him. "Are you a curious baby? What does it have to do with you?" Hu Yu didn't give up and tried to get close to Li Yalin. When he first saw Li Yalin on the day he joined the team, he was stunned. It was pleasing to have a beauty as a teammate, so he tried to strike up a conversation with Li Yalin. However, Li Yalin, who was tricked by Han Xiao, suffered from the newcomer syndrome. Whenever she saw Hu Yu, she would think of Han Xiao. Naturally, she didn't have a good expression. Li Yalin was annoyed by his noise and suddenly revealed a dangerous smile. "You like to talk a lot." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, causing the bones in his hands to crackle and yellow flames to rise. The anger in his heart was all contained in the strength of his clenched fists. Hu Yu stepped back out of reflex. He knew that once Li Yalin showed this kind of expression, it meant that she was going to beat him up. When he first joined the team, he suffered a loss and was bedridden in the medical department for 3 days. Lin Yarrow, who was watching the show from the side, shook his head and pretended to be mature. "Little monkey, you are still too cowardly. I only respect Brother Xiao when it comes to guts." "Who is Brother Xiao?" Hu Yu was puzzled. Ever since he joined the team, he learned that the full strength of the team was 6 people, but there was still 1 person missing. Logically speaking, the names of the members who were not in the team would be crossed out, but the 6th person in the team was always empty. Moreover, from time to time, Hu Yu would hear Zhong Wei and the others mention Brother Xiao. Hu Yu was very curious about this 6th person. Li Yalin was furious. "Don't mention his name in front of me," she said angrily. "We are on a mission. You can't beat me up." Lin Yarrow looked calm, but his legs were shaking. Hu Yu felt that Li Yalin's reaction was a bit too extreme. In his experience, This was the reaction of a resentful woman when she heard the name of the man who abandoned her. Well, it seemed that a person with a huge debt would have this kind of reaction. Zhong Wei shook his head, sighed, and explained, Han Xiao was originally a member of our team, but he left the team for some special reasons. Special reasons? Hu Yu used his imagination and asked tentatively, was he sent to carry out a secret mission? Zhong Wei shook his head. Was he transferred to another unit by the higher-ups? Zhong Wei shook his head. Then where did he go? Hu Yu was puzzled. Who knows? I'm 80% sure he's dead, Li Yalin said unhappily. Hu Yu was skeptical. Who are you kidding? If he's really dead, why would there be a position for him? You guys say that you hate him, but why do I feel like you guys miss him so much? There was silence. After a long time, Li Yalin stood up and smiled. Choose a way to die. Hu Yu ran away as fast as he could. Lambert shook his head and put away the sword that he had secretly unsheathed. Stardragon's ground troops were lying in ambush in the valley near the estuary. Their goal was to intercept the Germinal Organization's ground troops. Sleepy Winter, Twinkle Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim were acting as logisticians. The three of them had joined the Stardragon army during the closed beta and had already exchanged for their main classes. Twinkle Fried Rice and Rainy Kim were pugilists, while Sleepy Winter was lucky enough to awaken his Esper ability with the Geno fluid from the shop. As new recruits, the three of them were also recruited to be logisticians in this war. What made the three of them overjoyed was that they had actually triggered a faction series mission, Battle of the Tedramira River. After the surprise, the three of them were soon troubled. The series mission had more than a dozen objectives, and they could only complete the simplest logistical objectives with the lowest rewards. The other missions, such as killing 10 Germinal Organization soldiers, killing the Germinal Organization executive officers, and destroying vehicles, were completely beyond their capabilities. This doesn't seem like a mission that should be triggered at our level, Sleepy Winter said. Twinkle Fried Rice and Rainy Kim agreed. They both felt that they had been involved in a difficult mission that exceeded their level. With their newbie level, they could only be bystanders. The three of them did not know that the Germinal Organization and the Six Nations had a direct conflict 3 months after the open beta. At that time, the players had a basic understanding of the world structure and had some combat power. The conflict between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization started on a small scale and gradually progressed, allowing the players to slowly participate and play a role. However, Han Xiao had completely messed up the process and brought forward the direct conflict between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization. Therefore, the current players did not have the ability to participate at all. Well, to be precise, the players had been tricked into missing the main storyline mission that they should have had. This was more beneficial to Han Xiao than it was detrimental. It reduced the variables that the players brought in the early stages, making them only be bystanders. Huff, huff, huff. 2 heavy-duty transport helicopters with the Fabian Organization's logo slowly landed in a valley. The wind created by the rotors blew, and the grass at the landing site shook in all directions like waves of grass. Old Black, we've arrived, the pilot, Antonio, said weakly. I have eyes. Also, don't call me Old Black anymore, Han Xiao said with dissatisfaction. If you want to call me that, call me Black Phantom. You're ruining my luck. Antonio took off his noise-cancelling headphones and blew a puff of smoke at Han Xiao. Come on, you don't even have that kind of thing. F***ck off, Han Xiao said with annoyance. For the past 2 months, Han Xiao had maintained a good working relationship with the Fabian Organization. Antonio's relationship with the Fabian Organization had improved day by day. If this was some kind of indescribable game, it was now time to conquer it. Looking at Roshan, who was hiding in the pilot's seat and adjusting the dashboard, Han Xiao hurriedly threw this scary thought out of his mind. Mad Blade, Furious Sword, was hiding in the corner of the helicopter. He trembled as he watched the 2 extremely lethal bosses talk and laugh. He thought that Han Xiao would drive to the location, but Han Xiao only made a phone call, and 2 helicopters came to pick them up. Han Xiao's image in his mind became even higher. The Fabian organization's personnel moved the supplies from the helicopters. Most of them were weapons and equipment that Han Xiao had stored in the Fabian organization. They would be useful for this operation. There was also a dismantled truck. The Fabian organization's maintenance workers reassembled it on the ground. Han Xiao and Antonio were chatting at the side. Antonio had always thought that Han Xiao was only interested in the bounty, so he asked curiously, "I heard that Stardragon and Hessler are preparing to stop the Germinal organization's retreat in Tedramira. Do you have a grudge against the Germinal organization? How do you know which side I'm on?" Han Xiao laughed. Antonio held a cigar in one hand and put the other in his pocket. He frowned and said, "Are you thinking of helping the Germinal organization?" Although the Germinal organization was a giant in the underground world, other forces kept a respectful distance from it. In the end, the underground world wanted to maintain order. A stable situation was the only way to make profits. In their eyes, the Germinal organization was a group of thugs motivated by hatred and ideology. Han Xiao did not comment. He walked to the side, took out his phone, and dialed another number. The voice of a person in charge of the Blood Pact Society came out of the phone. "Mr. Black Phantom, how can I help you?" Ever since he climbed to the top 10 of the assassin ranking, the Blood Pact Society valued him very much and gave him special treatment. There was a person in charge of answering his call 24 hours a day and providing him with special services. Well, proper special services. Part of his status was due to his strength, and part of it was due to the good relationship between Han Xiao and Bennett, which was valued by the Darknet. "I need the latest movement of the Germinal organization's retreat army and Stardragon and Hessler." "Okay, I'm applying for access. It will be sent to your computer soon." "Okay, I also need a helicopter to be on standby near the estuary of Tedramira River." "As you wish." Frenzid Sword, who was standing at the side, heard it loud and clear. Just by listening to the tone, he felt that Han Xiao was extremely awesome. After hanging up the phone, Han Xiao saw Mad Blade and Furious Sword standing at the side with nothing to do. He thought for a while and sent a mission to them. "You have triggered the mission, get high. Mission requirement, dance a hot dance to liven up the atmosphere." Mad Blade and Furious Sword burst into tears. Chapter 136. The tributary of the Tedramira River flowed through the Cloud Valley and led to the sea at the end of the valley. Han Xiao's landing location was at the edge of the Cloud Valley. According to the information from the Darknet, the Germinal organization's ground troops would meet up with the sea troops in the valley. Han Xiao's goal was to intercept the ground troops. He knew that the two countries would also send their ground troops to intercept him, most likely within the Cloud Valley. If he got too close, he would be discovered. At this juncture, he did not want to come into contact with the troops of the two countries. "Looks like I have to choose a good location." With this thought in mind, Han Xiao crossed his arms and watched as the people from Fabian Company finished assembling the front and suspension of the truck. They also hung up the cargo compartment that contained the mechanical equipment. As the people from Fabian Company worked, they looked at Frenzid Sword, who was dancing at the side. "I've delivered the goods. I'm leaving." "Okay, say hi to Matthew for me." Han Xiao nodded. Antonio waved his hand, and the helicopter took off and disappeared into the sky. The Fabian organization was only responsible for transporting the firearms and did not participate in the battle. Han Xiao sat in the truck and looked at the detailed map sent by the Darknet. Just as he was about to start driving, his phone rang. "Hello. Black Phantom, you're going to join the Germinal organization?" Bennett asked in surprise. "Yeah, you should come and play too," Han Xiao joked. "The Darknet has always been neutral. Don't go overboard. The Germinal organization's crazy people will bite anyone they catch." "I have a headache too," Bennett said helplessly. "Don't worry, I never cheat my teammates." Bennett expressed his doubts and said, "Forget it. I have something I need your help with in a while." In the past 2 months, Han Xiao had Bennett's phone number and often called him. Furthermore, he was getting more and more famous, so Bennett was also happy to talk to him. They had a good relationship. Han Xiao put away his phone, shook his head, stepped on the accelerator, and drove along the edge of the valley toward the chosen area. The river passed through the narrow valley and nourished the fertile soil. The terrain was rather diverse. There were plains with long grass, forests, and hills. The scenery was elegant and beautiful. One's eyes were filled with green. It made people feel relaxed and happy. They had an urge to forgive something. Stardragon had placed a large number of ground troops in ambush here. There were all kinds of war equipment, tanks, helicopters, mid-range missile coverage arrays, and a large number of minefields. The commander of the ground troops was a Stardragon officer named Huang Qiuming. He had been in the army for more than 20 years and was a serious and meticulous person. The reason why the higher-ups of Stardragon chose him was because they liked Huang Qiuming's steady style. As long as this battle went according to plan, they would definitely win. In the command vehicle, Huang Qiuming looked at the map that was filled with all kinds of markings and nodded expressionlessly. The first ambush is a minefield. If the Germinal organization does not step in, they will miss the time to meet up with the naval forces. Therefore, even if they know that it is a trap, they have to take the risk. The armed helicopters are on standby at all times. They can attack the enemy's minesweepers from the air. The missile car array is aimed at the edge of the forest at all times. Once the enemy crosses the forest, they can attack. As long as they followed the plan, the enemy would not be able to escape. The evacuation force of the Germinal organization in the southern continent was a huge fleet of hundreds of vehicles. This large fleet was a mix of the evacuation forces of all the surviving bases. Lin Yu was the commander, and the person directly in charge of the ground troops was called Yugar, a Caucasian. Yugar was also very clear that the troops were about to be ambushed. In order to catch up with the naval forces, they had to pass through the Cloud Valley. There was no way to avoid this fierce battle. He was already prepared. The evacuation forces of these bases carried some new experimental weapons with them. There were some powerful things that would definitely surprise the enemy. These experimental weapons were all important supplies. There were also a few human test subjects of the Super Soldier project. The truck made a big circle and stopped at the edge of the Cloud Valley. According to the intelligence, this was the route that the Germinal organization's ground troops could not take. It was very far. Han Xiao did not drive into the forest. Instead, he took out a bunch of spider detectors. There were more than 40 of them. He activated them through the tablet. These mechanical spiders shook their heads and stood up straight like a group of soldiers waiting for orders. After 2 months of accumulation, Han Xiao's technology had improved again. He had updated and strengthened all the existing machines. The spider detectors were installed with low-level smart chips. They automatically detected threat targets and fed back to the tablet. He did not have to look at the screen all the time. They were also added with a new blueprint, SUI anti-radar detection coating. They could better perform undercover detection and were suitable for fixed surveillance. Han Xiao sent most of the spider detectors into the forest. The remaining few went in the opposite direction to find out when the Germinal organization would arrive. While doing this, Mad Blade got out of the truck and noticed that there was an extra line of words in his status bar. You have entered the severe motion sickness status. All attributes -30%. What the hell is this? Mad Blade was surprised. He had set the experience to be 20% realistic. He did not experience the thrill of driving, but the interface faithfully reflected his body's status. Do you need me to do anything? Mad Blade asked. He wanted to see if he could trigger a mission. Not at the moment. Han Xiao shook his head. Mad Blade's combat power was not enough to participate in a war of this level. The only thing he could do was to be a cannon fodder who was not afraid of death. Now, there must be various minefields and radar detectors in the forest. Entering rashly would attract attention. What he had to do was to wait, make preparations, perfect the plan, and calibrate the other mechanical weapons. There was still 1 or 2 days before the Germinal organization's evacuation team arrived. Han Xiao had been preparing and waiting in the truck. Mad Blade followed beside him, giving small missions to Mad Blade every day. Although he felt that Mad Blade had a lot of potential, he would not fully train him. The experience given to Mad Blade was limited compared to the other players at the same time. However, Mad Blade was very satisfied. Han Xiao also looked at the forums every day. The enthusiasm of the players was still fermenting. He mainly paid attention to the Blue Star board. He could know the progress of the players. They were still at the beginner stage. When they grew up, there would be a big event specifically targeting the players waiting for them. That would be the beginning of the chaos. The storyline was messed up by me. That encounter of the players might be delayed, or even brought forward. Han Xiao stroked the stubble on his chin and thought to himself. That was the first time the players had entered the sites of the various novice planets. He still remembered that it had caused a huge uproar in his previous life, causing widespread discussion and praises. That night, the moon was covered by dark clouds. The fog was so thick that it was difficult to see one's fingers. Spider number 1 lay on the plains under the night sky, not moving at all, faithfully executing the program's orders. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook slightly. Spider number 1's sensors detected the vibration and immediately turned in the direction of the vibration source. The huge Germinal organization fleet appeared in the distance, and Spider number 1 happened to be in their path. Spider number 1 loyally sent out the warning signal in the form of a radio wave. The vehicles were getting closer and closer. Spider number 1 did not move and did not know how to dodge. Huff! The huge fleet quickly ran over it, leaving a trail of smoke behind them. Spider number 1's appearance was only revealed after the smoke and dust dispersed. Its mechanical body was covered in dust, but it was not damaged at all. Even such a dense number of vehicles could not run it over. Chapter 137. Immediately, Han Xiao's tablet received a warning from Spider number 1. He immediately jumped into the truck's driver's seat and called out to Mad Blade. In the past 2 days of waiting, Mad Blade had not gone offline even once. Han Xiao remembered that the gaming cabins in this era did not have a complete body detection function and nutrition maintenance. As expected of a professional player, his kidneys were really good. "Let's go," Han Xiao said. "Oh." Mad Blade was confused. He did not know what to do, but following Han Xiao was definitely the right choice. The black truck was equipped with a layer of SUI anti-radar coating. This was something that Han Xiao had created using basic wide-area sensing. The effect was not bad, and it could reduce the chances of being detected by radar. Once Star Dragon and Germinal's ground forces met, it would be a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation. First, he had to find a suitable sniping spot, not too close to the battlefield. Han Xiao had already chosen his destination. It was a hill in Cloud Valley, and it was perfect for him to aim at the open ground behind the forest. Once the Germinal troops left the forest, his thirsty big gun would be able to unleash its power. The only problem was that he had to get to the back of the hill and not be detected by the military radar. The coating was not 100% effective, and there was a chance of being exposed. However, he was not worried. When the Germinal troops got close, the army in the valley would not be able to care about him. The truck sped into the valley forest. "Commander Huang, the radar shows a suspicious target." In Star Dragon's command tent, a soldier shouted. Huang Qiuming rushed to the front of the radar screen. At this time, he saw a flashing light entering the range of Cloud Valley. The signal was intermittent. It seemed that the enemy had a certain level of anti-radar ability. However, Star Dragon's army was carrying military radar, and its power was very high. Only one target. Huang Qiuming frowned. He felt that it was a scout of the Germinal organization, but the position shown by the radar was not in the same direction as the Germinal organization. "No matter what, let's take care of it first." Huang Qiuming did not want any accidents to affect the plan. Just as he was about to order an assault team to attack, all the radar screens went black. "What's going on?" Huang Qiuming shouted. The soldiers hurriedly calibrated, but to no avail. "Sir, the radar has been paralyzed by a strong electromagnetic radiation." The direction of the attack is the Germinal organization's route of advance. 3 minutes ago, we observed their tracks and concluded that the enemy has some kind of advanced radar-destroying device. They want to turn us blind. Activate the backup radar and implement electronic silence. Turn it on randomly every 5 to 12 seconds. Huang Qiuming's face was calm as he quickly gave out orders. As for the suspicious target from before, he could only temporarily put it aside. The most important thing was the Germinal organization's main force. All of a sudden, a shrill sound rapidly approached them from the sky. More than a dozen mid-range missiles flew toward Stardragon's base, leaving trails of flame behind them. Suddenly, they split into countless warheads in the air. These were the cluster bombs, and they fell rapidly. At the same time, the ground troops of the Germinal organization, who had just fired the missiles, finally entered the forest area around the Cloud Valley. Yugar's expression was solemn. The convoy was carrying an experimental anti-radar device developed by the Germinal organization. It could detect radar detection and release strong electromagnetic radiation to remotely destroy a working radar, reverse guiding the location of the enemy radar. Yugar thought that it was the enemy's base, so he ordered the few honeycomb missile launchers in the convoy to attack and release the cluster bombs. This was a stable weapon that had passed the experimental stage. He did not know that destroying Stardragon's radar had indirectly helped Han Xiao. This method would definitely not be able to kill Stardragon's troops. As expected, from afar, Yugar saw a dense array of intercepting machine guns firing at the sky, destroying all the cluster bombs in mid-air. Both sides were prepared. It was just a matter of which side was more prepared. The enemy will reactivate the radar soon. We don't have much time. We must rush over immediately. Yugar's expression was serious as he ordered, "Mine detection vehicle, go." The vehicle equipped with a mine detection vehicle came to the front of the convoy and quickly detected the range of Stardragon's mines. It used the machine guns to detonate them in advance. Amidst the flames and explosions, the Germinal organization's convoy moved forward without any danger. However, the anti-radar device was detected again. This time, Stardragon used electromagnetic silence and quickly turned it off before the Germinal organization's anti-radar device was activated to prevent it from being destroyed again. That was when Yugar knew that the real battle was about to begin. The sound of the rotors of the helicopters could be heard from the sky, approaching at a low altitude. The next second, the cannons roared and attacked from above. The Germinal organization's convoy could only endure the gunfire and charge forward. It was extremely dangerous. In the sound of gunfire, Yugar roared, "Release the graphite bombs." More than a dozen small graphite rockets shot into the sky and exploded in the midst of the helicopters. Many of the helicopters suddenly began to fly in a random direction. The graphite bombs could cause a wide range of electrical short circuits. Stardragon's helicopters were at a disadvantage, and their cannons became sparse. Mihawks, when we rush out of the forest, you immediately lead the assault team to attack the enemy's base and execute the decapitation. Your mission is very important. At the very least, you have to divert the enemy's attention, Yugar said in a deep voice through the walkie-talkie. In one of the troop carriers, the muscular Mihawks responded with a faint hum. He was the executive officer of the Germinal organization's ground forces. He had long been famous for his ferocity. He was a strong pugilist, and his tactical mission was to lead a few teams of elites to attack the enemy's position with individual bombs. The pugilist's agility and the bulletproof vest on his body allowed him to weave through a hail of bullets. The role of supers on the battlefield was usually to attack and decapitate. On the other side of Stardragon's base, Huang Qiuming looked at the Germinal organization's troops moving quickly in the forest without any expression. Prepare the missile cover array. Armored vehicles on standby. Also, prepare the elite teams to deal with the enemy's assault team. Stardragon's elite teams were the strongest and most elite soldiers in the army. There were also supers among them. Supers had the ability to decapitate on the battlefield, so Stardragon was already prepared and ready to go. The scene of a large-scale battle shocked Sleepy Winter, Twinkle Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim from the logistics team. The tense atmosphere, the smell of smoke, and the roaring of the cannons made it obvious that they did not have the ability to participate in the battle. When the missile came, I thought we were going to die. Twinkle Fried Rice patted his chest with a face full of fear. Sleepy Winter smiled bitterly. Just focus on transporting the supplies. We can't handle those combat missions. Rainy Kim's face was cold, but there was a hint of determination in her voice. I want to try. We only have a few small pistols. What can we do? I want to try. Forget it. We're just going to die. I want to try. Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice looked at each other and said helplessly, okay. You're beautiful, and you're the boss. Let's go together. Rainy Kim was expressionless. After getting the two's agreement, she turned around and left. The two had no choice but to follow behind. While the battle was going on, Han Xiao drove slowly to the destination. The view from the hills was wide, and he could see the intense explosions in the forest in the distance. Some of the spider detectors hidden in the forest were destroyed by stray bullets, but the rest were still faithfully broadcasting the latest battle situation to Han Xiao. From the location, the Germinal Organization fleet would be out of the forest soon and enter the plains. Further away, on the Tedramira River, there were also flames rising. Han Xiao took out his binoculars and saw that the Germinal Organization fleet on the river was being attacked. The intensity of the attack was even greater than the one in the Cloud Valley. Before the Germinal Organization fleet reached the estuary, they were bombarded by a group of fighter jets. The missiles fell like rain, and the fleet's machine guns could not stop for even a second. The scorching orange bullets swept across the night sky, and there were sparks in the sky. If one did not know the details, they would have thought that it was fireworks. It's time to prepare. With that thought in mind, Han Xiao took out a few small foldable turrets. After thinking for a while, he came up with a mission with great rewards and threw it to Mad Blade. Of course, things like setting up traps should be left to the cannon players. While Mad Blade was busy setting up the traps, Han Xiao took out a device that looked like a neck cushion and put it on the back of his neck. The cushion was made of an unknown material, and then he turned it on. A numbing electric shock spread from the back of his neck to his brain. Han Xiao shivered and suddenly became excited as if he had taken psychotropic drugs. You have received excitement, status, plus 5% to all attributes for 20 minutes. This device was called electromagnetic pulse conditioner. It was a special equipment that used electromagnetic waves to condition living beings. After using it, it would increase the status. Han Xiao had accidentally obtained this blueprint during a knowledge fusion. He quickly prepared everything and activated all the necessary statuses. Then, he laid prone with the Ghost Sniper Rifle and the Crimson Falcon Sniper Rifle beside him. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he observed the changes in the battle. Boom! A bunch of trees were blown up, and the Germinal Organization fleet finally rushed out of the forest. Come on, baby! Chapter 138. Missile Coverage. The missile vehicles in Stardragon's base fired a dense array of rockets, hitting the Germinal Organization's fleet head-on. The rapidly approaching missiles let out a shrill whistle, and the pressure increased rapidly as the distance closed. However, Yuga did not panic at all. He ordered the convoy to gather together. The dozen or so leading vehicles were equipped with multi-barreled machine guns. They acted as an interception formation. Due to the gathering of the formation, the attack area was reduced. The machine guns that spat out a barrage of bullets destroyed the missiles within the range, forming a vacuum area in the range of the missiles. They rushed through the airwaves caused by the explosion, like a warship sailing steadily in the stormy sea. Huang Qiuming's eyes narrowed. He had just received news that the battle at Tedramira River had reached its climax. The people in the strategy department had estimated a few possible locations where the Germinal Organization's naval and land forces would land. The strategy department had asked him to activate Plan B. The plan was changed. Huang Qiuming ordered to adjust the deployment, leaving a gap in the blockade. At this time, Rainy Kim brought the two tired people to the front line under the pretext of transporting supplies. A large number of regular soldiers had already gathered there, ready to go. The armored vehicle's engines roared, and there were also elite soldiers on standby. "Do you have any idea how we should intervene in the battle?" Sleepy Winter asked helplessly. Rainy Kim frowned and thought for a few seconds before nodding seriously. "I don't know." "Then why the hell did you nod?" Sleepy Winter wanted to bang his head on the ground. Twinkle Fried Rice suddenly pointed at the battlefield and exclaimed, "Someone is rushing over. F***CK, that's a high-level figure." The other two looked in the direction of the finger and saw a muscular man leading a group of fully armed soldiers. They rode on heavy motorcycles and left the convoy. They charged at high speed in the direction of the camp, dodging the concentrated fire of the cannons with all kinds of unpredictable movements. Mihawks dodged a series of attacks on the heavy motorcycles, but it triggered a bouncing mine and flipped over the motorcycles. He ran with his legs, and his speed was not slower than the motorcycles. He weaved through the rain of bullets. The military suitcase under his armpit contained a single bomb, which was extremely powerful. His mission was to deliver this bomb to the Stardragon base. Supers usually played the role of the shock troops in large-scale frontal battles. Mihawks saw a team of iron-blooded elites rushing from afar to intercept them. He was expressionless. He gathered all the energy in his body, ready to explode at the moment of contact. However, an extremely dangerous intuition suddenly rose in Mihawk's heart. He stomped on the ground and hurriedly tried to change direction. His reaction was very fast. But it was not fast enough. A blue needle bullet pierced through Mihawk's neck from the side and exploded into a mist of blood. Mihawks was severely injured. He roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was no barrier in the plane, so he could only continue to charge forward. However, the injury slowed him down. A martial artist who had charged head-on into the cannon was seriously injured by a single shot. Huang Qiuming was shocked. "That's not one of us. Who's the sniper?" He recalled the suspicious target detected by the radar earlier and suddenly felt that this shot seemed a little familiar. After thinking for 2 seconds, his eyes suddenly widened. A monster-level sniper who could severely injure an expert with one shot seemed to be the Black Phantom who had been active in the underground world recently. The bullet had a blue glow, so it was most likely him. What was he doing here? "Why are you helping us?" "Commander, what should we do?" the adjutant asked. Huang Qiuming had a plan and said decisively, "He doesn't look like an enemy. Ignore him and focus on stopping the Germinal organization." Normally, a sniper's lethality was limited in a head-on battle like this, but a monster-level sniper like Black Phantom was naturally not an exception. Although they did not know why Black Phantom had helped them, there was no doubt that this was a strong ally. On the Germinal organization's side, Yuga's eyes were about to spit fire. Severely injuring Mihawks with one shot, Black Phantom, he even intercepted Freya's troops not long ago. This monster actually participated in the battle. He must be Stardragon's ally. Thinking of Black Phantom's battle record on the Darknet, Yuga felt heavy pressure. That was a monster known as the Super Killer. The threat was too great. Even if Yuga was stronger than Mihawks, he was not willing to experience the power of Black Phantom himself. Yuga mistakenly thought that Han Xiao was Stardragon's ally and was very angry. He immediately made a decision and shouted, "Third team, you guys go and kill the sniper. Bring along the test subjects and at least hold him back." An armed convoy deviated from the main group and rushed toward Han Xiao's position. "You have inflicted 1,297 actual damage to Mihawks, LV-40. You have inflicted heavy damage to Mihawks. Mihawks is now in a weakened state. All attributes decreased by 50%. Duration, 10 seconds. This guy is quite tanky." Han Xiao was secretly surprised. The theoretical damage of this shot was 1.6, but the damage reduction was 300 points. The physical fitness of a pugilist could not be measured by common sense. Even the LV-48 by Jin was knocked down with one shot. Pugilists were indeed tanky. This time, Flaming Will's face was very dark. It was only a 148% bonus, but the Ghost Sniper rifle had been improved even more. Furthermore, All of his shooting skills were maxed out. 2 months of experience was not earned for nothing. Since he could not level up, Han Xiao used all of his remaining experience to level up his skills. Talents, skills, and equipment were the key factors that affected combat power. After firing the first shot, Han Xiao triggered a new mission. Battle of Tedramira River, Intruder. You have intruded into the battle between Stardragon and Hessler to intercept the Germinal organization. Since you have chosen a side, let's see what you can do. This was a sea-level mission. The mission requirement was to intercept the Germinal organization's troops as much as possible and destroy the evacuation plan. The final reward would be given in the form of a mission evaluation. The experience points should not be less than 300,000. Han Xiao was very satisfied that he could earn a sizable amount of experience points by joining in the fun. Millhawk was shot after shot. In the end, Millhawk did not manage to dodge the dense bombardment of rockets. The flames engulfed his furious and unwilling face. A pugilist who was even stronger than Pan Kuang had fallen. Pugilists are good at one-on-one combat. To fight an army head-on, even a low-tech civilization would have to have at least half of Bennett's strength, Han Xiao thought to himself. Pugilists were masters at using physical strength. Everyone had a sense of personal heroism in their hearts. Pugilist combat gave people a special sense of fulfillment. It made people feel that their strength came from themselves and could be used at any time. It was very cool. However, although pugilist combat was unique, to fight an army head-on, they had to accumulate from quantity to quality. The sea level was the dividing line, and it was also the upper limit of the players in version 1.0. Back to the main topic. The threat of the sniper made the assault team helpless. They were quickly surrounded by Stardragon's response team. With Han Xiao's intervention, the assault plan failed without even causing a ripple. At this time, he noticed that a group of tanks had left the Germinal organization's troops and was rushing over from afar. Thus, he changed his focus and stopped this group of enemies. He switched to the Red Falcon sniper rifle and used all kinds of ammunition. Thinking that Stardragon was also on the battlefield, Han Xiao purposely did not use high-explosive ammunition. Sniper rifles had limited damage to armored vehicles, and the bulletproof glass could block a few shots. Quickly approaching within 400 meters, Han Xiao immediately activated the foldable turret that he had set up. 300 meters in front of the convoy, 4 pre-buried round bases opened up and turned into small multi-barreled machine guns. They surrounded the hill where Han Xiao was standing in a triangle and spat out hot steel. The gun flames were bright and dazzling. A few vehicles were directly shot through and exploded by the dense gunfire. The remaining people quickly scattered and aimed at the turret to counterattack. Once the formation was scattered, the turret's suppressive power decreased by a lot. Because of the need to turn and aim, it was easy to have gaps in firepower. Turrets were not good at defense. Even if Han Xiao used platinum alloy as armor, 2 turrets were destroyed in a few seconds. However, the result was very satisfying. More than half of the vehicles were shot through by the turrets, and the momentum of the enemy's charge was reduced. At this moment, the convoy suddenly did something unexpected. The back door of one of the armored vehicles opened, and 3 humanoid figures jumped out of the vehicle and ran towards the turret. Their speed was even faster than the armored vehicles, and the strange appearance of the 3 humanoid figures made Frenzied Sword, who was beside him, suck in a cold breath. What kind of monster is that? Mad Blade wanted to throw a detection spell, but he was told that the distance was not enough. The 3 of them were muscular, and their faces were emotionless. A large number of metal exoskeleton components were embedded in their bodies, distributed along the arms, legs, and spine. These components were embedded in the joints of the human body. For example, the mechanical leg ports were embedded in the waist, pelvis, and knees. As the 3 of them ran, the screws where the joints were embedded would bleed. It was obvious that every movement was painful. However, the 3 of them did not show any expression, as if they did not feel pain. Moreover, a thin layer of armor was embedded in their bare skin, as if they had grown a layer of carapace. Chapter 139. The Germinal Organization's Super Soldier Plan has been brought forward by a year. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The original intention of this plan was to increase the strength of the test subjects through the use of exoskeletons to increase the physical fitness of the test subjects. Using pure mechanical strength to support the body, mass production of combat power comparable to supers. As the technology was very crude, the process was very painful. The exoskeleton ports had to be connected to the nerves, and the body had to be equipped with various mechanical components to strengthen the body. Only the Valkyrie test subjects with enhanced mental resilience could withstand the modification. The final result was that their sense of pain would be obliterated and their senses dulled. According to the standards of the universe, this was a very immature technology that had long been eliminated. However, on Blue Star, only the Germinal Organization, which did not care about the wear and tear of test subjects, had developed this technology. The exoskeleton was not only a piece of equipment, but it could also be equipped. The latter was connected to the nerves and had better control. The Germinal Organization's technology was not mature, and they had only developed the prototype of the technology through a large number of clinical experiments. The 6 nations each had one or a few class advancement knowledges. Nerve connection was an advanced knowledge that was in the hands of the Germinal Organization. Han Xiao only had one class advancement knowledge, advanced materials science. If the players wanted to obtain advanced knowledge on Blue Star, they had to join the faction and contribute a lot. Han Xiao had set his sights very far. Advanced knowledge was very rare on Blue Star, but in the universe, it could be easily bought with a few annas. If he could not obtain other advanced knowledge from Blue Star, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the original storyline, these super soldiers would indeed have a miraculous effect. However, the 3 super soldier test subjects in front of him were not complete, and they were equipped with a large number of firearms. The 3 of them only used exoskeletons to strengthen the body, and the exoskeletons were not complete. Looks like the Germinal Organization's research plan is not mature yet. Exoskeleton, speaking of which, when I escaped from the laboratory, I seem to have lost a lightweight mechanical arm. It seems to have been taken by the Germinal Organization for research. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. There was a reason for him to think this way. The armor of these 3 test subjects had the shadow of the lightweight mechanical arm. It was very thick, and there were also round metal shields that could be expanded, blocking the attacks of the cannons. The 3 test subjects separated from the convoy and dispersed the firepower of the turrets. The 3 of them successfully approached the turrets, and the fists wrapped in the steel skeletons bombarded the turrets repeatedly. The exoskeleton components rooted in the joints spewed out thick smoke to increase the output, and they quickly smashed the turrets into pieces. Once they got rid of the remaining turrets, the trio went straight for Han Xiao. With every step they took, they moved 7 to 8 feet forward, and with a cold murderous aura, they came over in a menacing manner. Han Xiao's eyes were calm as he took out his tablet and quickly activated another trump card. The truck shook, and 2 second-generation rangers drove out and blocked Han Xiao's side. They immediately activated, burst fire, and the large-caliber 3-barreled machine guns in their hands unleashed a torrent of firepower. Small rockets were fired from their chests, and they covered the 3 test subjects. The damage rapidly increased, but almost all of them were blocked by the exoskeletons, and the durability of the exoskeletons dropped. The attributes of these 3 people were also refreshed. Based on your level, you can obtain the following information: Super Soldier Test Subject, 042, Level, 40 Class, Agent, LV10, Low-Level Mechanical Implant, LV30, END to HP Conversion Ratio, 1:10, Attributes, 51 SDR, 54 DX, 70, 80, END, 25 INT, 8 MAS, 4 CHA, 6 LUK Energy, 0 Energy Rank, 500 Grade, E Health Points, 534 650 Status, Rough Modification -150 HP, -10 END Talent, Low-Level Mental Fortitude, +3 Will Resistance, Well-Trained, +100 HP, Ignore Pain Injuries will not affect combat. Effectiveness Skills, Basic Combat LV7, Basic Shooting LV5, Grappling LV3, Precision shooting LV-1 equipment SAD Smiley Crane exoskeleton arm, right as above, Predator's leg, right as above, P2 embedded plate armor, quality, gray, light and thin metal embedded in the skin, provides some protection, defense 15 to 20, durability 500. The attributes of the 3 test subjects were considered to be very weak at level 40. With such a high level and weak attributes, it meant that they had no potential. An individual's health points were very low, but the defense and durability provided by the exoskeleton greatly reduced damage. Han Xiao counted, and this exoskeleton provided 1,460 points of durability and close to 100 points of defense, which made it very durable. These were the attributes provided by the equipment. If one only looked at the health points, they would have thought that he was a weakling. The second-generation Rangers fired a round of attacks, but only 1/5 of their health points were taken away. Han Xiao realized that test subject 044 was actually at level 45, and his attributes were higher than his 2 companions. It seemed like he was the leader of the 3. On the other side, the Germinal organization's fleet was making a detour, and the 2 Rangers' firepower could not cover both sides. Han Xiao immediately made a decision. You go and take out the red triangular-shaped briefcase from the cargo compartment. I have something for you to do. Mad Blade Angry Sword immediately carried the briefcase, which contained a powerful bomb. Han Xiao quickly wrote a mission and threw it over. Brave sacrifice. Turn into a brilliant firework with your unfulfilled dreams. Mad Blade Angry Sword subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Go, young man. I'll leave the stage to you. Han Xiao said casually as he sniped the 3 test subjects. I got it. Mad Blade Angry Sword gritted his teeth. The mission reward was very generous, and it would definitely make up for the death penalty. The enhanced Red Falcon shot out one sniper bullet after another, leaving bullet holes on the 3 test subjects. Han Xiao's sniping ability was maxed out, and he could often cause damage to the body through the gaps of the exoskeleton, which could often avoid the armor. His sniping ability was perfect for these 3. Very soon, number 042 was hit in the vitals, and his health was depleted. He fell to the ground and died. The other 2 did not care about the death of their comrade and continued to charge. On the other side, the remaining armored vehicles were quickly approaching. Han Xiao moved the 2 Rangers over, and they exchanged fire with the machine guns of the armored vehicles. The orange-red dense bullets seemed to form a rainbow that connected the 2 vehicles. The durability of the Rangers decreased rapidly. Seeing that they could not hold on any longer, Han Xiao ordered the Rangers to charge into the armored vehicles and self-destruct. The enemy could not dodge in time, and the dazzling flames engulfed the armored vehicles. A series of explosions occurred, and both sides perished together. Losing 2 Rangers, Han Xiao did not feel any heartache at all. The battle style of the mechanic class was like this, burning money. He was indeed very wasteful. If it were a player, they would feel heartache, but who asked Han Technician to be so rich? The firing speed of the sniper rifle was limited. Finally, the 2 test subjects were within 30 meters of each other. Mad Blade Angry Sword remembered the mission details and jumped out, pouncing on number 043. He was punched in the chest, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and activated the bomb in the briefcase. Boom! A mini mushroom cloud rose into the air, and a scorching heat wave mixed with dust exploded. Han Xiao, who was fully armored, was splashed with mud. Through the smoke, number 044, who was in a sorry state, rushed over again. At the moment of the explosion, number 043 was the first to bear the brunt and was blown to pieces. Number 044 immediately laid down. At this time, he was still able to move, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Only 10 meters left. 1 second later, he would be able to punch that damn sniper in the head with his iron fists. However, at this time, Flaming Will's cooldown was over. Han Xiao suddenly threw away the Red Falcon, picked up the Ghost Sniper Rifle, activated, overload, loaded, Flaming Will, and fired a shot. The bullet with a blue glow disappeared in an instant, leaving a bullet hole in number 044's head. Blood spurted out like an arrow, leaving a long and narrow trail of blood on the ground. Number 044's momentum did not diminish. He ran forward a few more steps before his body swayed and fell at Han Xiao's feet. He was only one step away from touching Han Xiao. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Han Xiao had seen this scene many times before. In a battle with mechanics, distance was the deciding factor. Countless enemies had died in the path of the charge. Too bad, even if you fight me in close combat, you will still die. Han Xiao shook his head. He still had a lot of trump cards that he had not used yet. These immature test subjects were far from being his match. Second promotion, progress, 1-3. This was the easiest time to kill an enemy that was a level higher than him. The mass-produced assembly line soldiers were too easy for him to deal with. 2 more. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He was only 2 more levels away from the promotion. There was a huge amount of experience on the interface, and he was looking forward to the promotion. Mad Blade Furious Sword sacrificed his first death and revived beside the truck 10 seconds later. Looking at the mission reward and experience, he could not stop smiling. The Germinal organization team that intercepted him was annihilated, and the main battle had reached the climax. Stardragon's army and the Germinal organization's ground troops were fighting fiercely. The battle was in a stalemate, and Han Xiao knew that there was no chance for him to interfere. After thinking for 2 seconds, he quickly made a decision. He called Mad Blade Furious Sword, who was smiling foolishly, to get on the truck. The truck moved, bypassing the main battle, and headed toward the Tedramira River. In the base, Sleepy Winter was dumbfounded the whole time. He mumbled, "Am I seeing things? Is that Mad Blade Furious Sword?" Han Xiao's battle was very eye-catching. When they saw Mad Blade Furious Sword's ID floating above his head, they were shocked. Twinkle Fried Rice was also confused. Even the cold rainy Kim was shocked. Sleepy Winter still remembered that Mad Blade Furious Sword rejected his offer during the beta test and did not join the Stardragon army. Why was he on the battlefield now? Moreover, he had even used a self-destruct method to kill a high-level monster. They had seen it clearly. If I'm not wrong, the man in black with him seems to be the Black Phantom that appeared in Bighorn Village not long ago, Rainy Kim suddenly said. Are you sure? Sleepy Winter was stunned. I recorded the whole battle just now. We'll know when we see it later, Twinkle Fried Rice said. Sleepy Winter was a little depressed. Mad Blade Furious Sword started from the same starting line as the 3 of them, but now he seemed to be ahead of them. This made Sleepy Winter feel a little pressure, but at the same time, he was very curious. Chapter 140. On the Tedramira River, a fierce battle was going on. Hessler was in charge of sealing off the sea. A naval formation was stationed at the estuary. Most of them were battleships equipped with large-caliber naval cannons. They bombarded the Germinal organization fleet from a distance of more than 10 kilometers. The flames from the cannons could be fired more than 10 meters away. The high-speed cannons drew a parabola in the night sky and caused a lot of damage to the Germinal organization fleet. The destroyers in the formation fired a few cruise missiles at the beginning of the battle, but they were all intercepted by the Germinal organization fleet's cannons in mid-air. They stopped firing and were on standby to maintain the blockade. The command ship, the Flying Blade, was in the center of the formation. The enemy is still 12 kilometers away from the mine formation at the estuary. Don't give the enemy time to resolve the trap. Stag, redfish, and short-tailed shark are loaded with torpedoes in advance. Once the Germinal organization fleet enters the sea, launch the torpedoes and let them eat their fill. The battleship formation, maintain the current attack strength and do not change. Sonar detection, pay attention to the surrounding sea area. Germinal organization reinforcements may appear. Inform Stardragon to release some ground troops to delay the arrival of the Germinal organization's naval forces. Tell Stardragon's commander that we need their assault force at any time. The Hessler commander on the Flying Blade assigned the tasks in an orderly manner. On the other side, the fighter jets that took off from the nearby military base were diligently harassing the Germinal organization fleet. They mainly bombarded the Germinal Organization fleet and caused a lot of trouble. There were always some lucky cannons that passed through the intercepting array of the naval cannons. 3 ships were blown up like that. The main purpose of the fleet was to evacuate, so their weapons were not standard enough to lock onto the high-speed fighter jets, let alone kill them. But the Germinal Organization had its own way. A fighter jet that swept across the sky emptied another wave of ammunition. The pilot was about to turn around and do it again when a cloud of black fog suddenly exploded beside him. A shadow appeared out of thin air. It was a demonic man with eyeshadow and earrings. He held a sharp blade in his hand and quickly slit the pilot's throat. Blood splattered on the window. The fighter jet fell with the pilot's corpse. The demonic man smiled coldly and disappeared again, leaving behind a cloud of black fog. Teleportation ability. Germinal Organization Executive Officer Renette. On a barge, Hella stepped onto the bow. The sea breeze with the smell of smoke blew her slightly curly red hair. She took a deep breath and raised her hands high as if she was praising the sun. Wisps of grey air escaped from the fresh corpses on the battlefield, gathered from all directions, and seeped into Hella's face. Her face immediately flushed red as if she had just taken in a divine drug. She closed her eyes slightly and then opened them abruptly. An invisible sound wave rose from her lungs to her throat as she blurted out. It was shrill and ear-piercing, like the shrieks of Ghost. The eyeballs of all the pilots of the fighter jets above the fleet exploded at the same time. Blood spurted out of their ears, and their brains turned into a pile of paste. The fighter jets fell one after another like kites with their strings cut. They crashed into the ground and the river and exploded into balls of fire. A no-fly zone was formed in the sky, and a fighter jet formation was destroyed by Hella alone. The remaining fighter jets received the order and hurriedly retreated. This was the terrifying power of a military-level Esper. A weapon that required a person to control. If the controller was too weak, Hella's power of the dead could directly attack the mind. Blue Star's technology tree did not have much technology to deal with mind attacks. Only a few reconnaissance drones continued to track and observe in the sky. Renette teleported to Hella's side. He painfully covered his head with one hand, and blood flowed out of his nose. With a cold expression, he shouted, "Do you want to kill me too?" Hella's face was cold and did not answer. Renette could only swallow his anger. He did not dare to provoke Hella. In the command room, Lin Yu was watching the battle without blinking. He looked at his watch and said, "It's about time." The Germinal Organization's ground forces had broken through the blockade and were rapidly approaching the designated landing site. Stardragon's army had followed the plan and held back a little so that the naval forces could be delayed. When the ground forces boarded the ships, Hessler would be able to deal with them. In a naval battle, the ground forces would not be of much use. In fact, they would be a burden to reduce losses and weaken the enemy. The naval formation's destroyers had a new type of missile that could cruise and split apart to avoid intercepting formations. As long as the Germinal Organization's ground forces connected, they would immediately launch the missile. One round would be enough to severely damage the Germinal Organization's fleet. Then, while the Germinal Organization was in a mess, the assault troops of Stardragon's Division 13 could board the ships and kill them. This was the next step of the plan. However, the plan could never keep up with the changes. Accidents always happened unexpectedly. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm sounded on Hessler's command ship. The radar detected dozens of targets approaching at high speed underwater. Ghostly torpedoes. Where did they come from? There was no time to intercept them. The warships near the estuary exploded, and flames soared into the sky. The higher-ups of Hessler had been paying attention to the battle. The attack on the naval formation made them extremely angry. Anti-sonar submarine? Why is the buoy not moving? How far is the enemy's range? This could only be the Germinal Organization's submarine. Where did it come from? Could it be that the Germinal Organization had sent them from Andrea and had set off early? Or could there be a secret base of the Germinal Organization nearby? No matter what the reason was, the enemy had reinforcements. They had to deal with the unexpected situation. "Where are our submarines?" Hessler's officers roared. They had deployed a few submarines nearby as insurance and immediately moved to find the enemy's submarines. The naval formation had suffered heavy losses and was temporarily busy with emergency repairs. Naturally, the prepared missile attack could not continue. This caused a strategic break, and the situation was out of control. The German organization's fleet seized this opportunity and changed their formation. The barges sailed close to the shore, opened the mouth of the barges, and lowered the gangplanks to provide a bridge for the ground forces to pass by the merchant ships. The gangplanks rubbed against the sand on the shore, leaving sharp marks. This way, there was a risk of running aground. The other ships threw out cable hooks to connect the barges. Even if the barges ran aground, they could be pulled back to the surface of the river at any time. Lin Yu's confidence came from the submarine team. They were the reinforcements that the German organization had sent out early on. With this surprise attack, they had broken Hessler's blockade and strategic layout. In order to break through Stardragon's ambush, Ugar had lost more than half of his troops. Seeing that the opportunity had come, he immediately ordered the fleet to speed up and rush onto the barges. The Stardragon assault team that was on standby became anxious. According to the plan, Hessler would launch a round of missiles first, then they would rush up. If this was not part of the plan, they would only be targeted by the fleet if they rushed up rashly. What should we do? If they waited any longer and the German organization's fleet successfully connected, they would have no chance at all. The assault team was made up of Stardragon's Division 13 agents and elite soldiers. They listened to the orders of their superiors with only one word: go. Without any hesitation, the assault boats rushed out one by one. The German organization's fleet focused their fire on them immediately. The assault team charged head-on against the cannon fire. Waves kept exploding around them. Some of their comrades fell into the water and died, but it did not shake their morale or slow them down. Chapter 141. Zhong Wei was wearing his battler armor, standing in front of the assault boat as a shield. Lambert was shooting with his sniper rifle. There were not only 4 people in Zhong Wei's team on the assault boat. Lin Yarrow did not participate in the battle, but there were also more than 10 elite soldiers. The assault boat broke through the waves, passed through the rain of bullets, and crashed into the barge. The assault team jumped onto the deck and started a fierce battle with the Germinal soldiers. There were 2 tactical objectives for the assault force. One was to kill and injure the people on the barge and blow up the ground vehicles that were parked there. The second was to kill the commander of the command ship. As the cooperation with Hessler did not arrive on time, the assault force was in a bad situation and was caught in a tough battle. The Germinal organization's connection was affected, and the progress was slowed down. The Germinal organization's executive officers were deployed to defend against the assault team from Stardragon. Zhong Wei's team was fighting hard on the barge. Suddenly, a ghost-like gust of wind hit them. They were alerted and quickly dodged, but they were still hit by the shockwave. They felt a sharp pain in their heads and felt dizzy. They gritted their teeth and looked in the direction of the enemy. It was Hella, whom they had fought before. Hella's expression was cold. She still remembered this Stardragon person that she had fought before. She had suffered a small loss last time, so her killing intent was even stronger now. Her hands lit up with a grey light, like a strange fog that could attract the gaze of others. It was growing bigger and bigger, and one could imagine how terrifying the next attack would be. Hu Yu's face was in pain. He raised his guns and wanted to aim, but Hella just snorted softly. Her voice had the power of the dead, and Hu Yu was hit hard. Blood spurted out of his nostrils, and he could not stand still. Hella did not even look at him. She turned to Li Lin with a murderous look. This was the female agent who had used the lightweight mechanical arm before. She definitely knew where Zero was. Li Lin pulled out her retractable knife and rushed toward Hella. She did not care that she would be the first to be attacked. As the pugilist in the team, she was the assaulter. I hope I can withstand the first attack. Li Lin gritted her teeth. As long as she could withstand Hella's next attack, She was confident that she could get close to Hela and prevent her from using that kind of mental attack. Although Hela's ability was strong, she was only using it at the moment. Every attack required channeling time. Naive. Hyla was expressionless. She flipped her palms and was about to use the highly condensed power of the dead to turn Li Yalin into an idiot. The next second, a huge force suddenly came from the side of her ribs, and her entire body was pushed away. She crashed into an off-road vehicle beside her, and a sharp pain came from her ribs. Hela was in so much pain that her face turned pale. She breathed a sigh of relief, and the power of the dead in her hand naturally dissipated. She turned her head to look at the source of the attack in shock and anger. He saw a truck driving on the shore, moving parallel to the fleet. From the window of the driver's seat, a sniper rifle barrel stretched out. A black-gloved hand was holding this lethal weapon, and the muzzle was smoking. Han Xiao pulled the bolt, and a smoking shell was ejected from the gun. He sat in the driver's seat, and the smart chip in the truck started to drive automatically. It maintained a constant speed and followed the Germinal Organization fleet on the shore. When he was in the valley, he suspected that Stardragon was going easy on them. He guessed that they wanted the Germinal Organization to intercept them and delay their troops. Therefore, Han Xiao came early and drove to the riverside. His target was the Germinal Organization's executive officer. He saw Hela at first glance, then he saw Zhong Wei and the others. He was slightly surprised. He did not expect such a coincidence. Seeing his former teammates in danger, Han Xiao took out the Red Falcon and fired a shot. Hela's protective energy was reduced by a lot, and the penetrating force was dispersed. It turned into a force that pushed her away. Power of the Dead, Master of Death, Master of Soul's potential rating. Outsiders could only see the introduction of the ability. Only the user could see the specific effects and development level. Through the basic knowledge of the Esper class, which was the development of the genetic chain to strengthen the ability, more applications could be obtained. Vital point immunity. You are immune to critical hits. The breath of death supports your life. Spirit disregard, plus 20% negative resistance, plus 30% mental resistance. Master of death, fearless. Ignore instant death, will not receive fatal damage. When HP is lower than 1%, will receive a special status, death like the wind, always accompanying you. Han Xiao was helpless. With this pile of abilities, even if Hela wasn't tanky, she would still be able to take a beating. No, it shouldn't be described as being able to take a beating. She was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Unless one used an extremely strong burst of power to instantly kill Hela. Oh, I forgot, she was also immune to instant death. Oh, I'd better go wash up and sleep, as expected of a future big boss. The number of talents he has is almost more than Bennett's. He's only one lucky halo away from becoming a main character. Han Xiao shook his head. The first person he encountered was Hela, who was the most difficult person to deal with. However, Zhong Wei's team was in danger. Since he had the ability to help, he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. After all, they had fought side by side before. While Hela was being obstructed, Li Yalin took advantage of the opportunity and slashed down. Hela endured the pain and retreated. Her wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was very angry at Han Xiao for sneaking up on her, but she was on the boat and couldn't deal with the sniper on the shore. Speed wasn't her forte, so she could only use the vehicle as a shield. However, Li Yalin, Zhong Wei, and the others found an opportunity and continued to fight with her. They forced Hela to move, exposing her to Han Xiao's shooting range. Although they didn't know who the sniper on the shore was, it was obvious that he was here to help. Thus, Zhong Wei's team took the initiative to cooperate with him. This tactic was extremely effective, and Hyla's hands and feet were tied. The sniper was extremely good at finding opportunities, and he would always be able to stop her when she was about to retaliate. His cooperation with Li Yalin, Zhong Wei, and the others was perfect, and Hyla realized that she did not have any ability to retaliate. She could only keep dodging in frustration. However, in the eyes of Zhong Wei and the others, it was a different scene. Originally, The team of 4 could form a tactical system, but Huyu was seriously injured and lost his combat power, causing a gap in their cooperation. However, the sniper filled the gap, appearing at every time when it was needed, and a sniper bullet always arrived on time. It was as if he understood their fighting pattern very well. Who was that person? Li Yalin and Zhong Wei had this doubt in their minds. On the other side, Huyu was dizzy and could only fight normal soldiers. Looking at the cooperation between Zhong Wei and the others and the sniper, he suddenly had a strange illusion. It was as if the sniper was the real team member and he was just an outsider. Hyla is being held back. Lin Yu frowned. He looked at the truck by the shore and narrowed his eyes. Black Phantom? What is he doing here? The connection was coming to an end, and the estuary was not far ahead. Lin Yu really needed Hela's superpower to release group damage, so he had to release her. He ordered, Yuga, you take care of Black Phantom. Yuga had already boarded the barge, so he did not need to give any more orders. Hearing Han Xiao's order, he ignited a purple-black flame all over his body. Just as he was about to jump toward the truck and cause trouble for Han Xiao, he suddenly felt a pugilist energy wave that was as strong as his. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a Star Dragon agent uniform stepping onto another barge. His fist, which was wrapped in red flames, smashed into the side of an off-road vehicle that was parked on the deck. The vehicle immediately deflated and flew out like a cannonball. It knocked over a dozen German organization soldiers and 2 other vehicles along the way and flew off the barge together. Chapter 142. The Trump Card of Division 13. Yuga's face turned serious. He could not care less about Han Xiao and locked eyes with the middle-aged man. They were both powerful martial artists, and when they looked at each other, it was like igniting a barrel of gunpowder. The flames burning on their bodies suddenly exploded like 2 streaks of lightning sweeping across the sky. Their fists collided with each other with a loud bang. This scene seemed to be frozen in time as a thunderous explosion occurred in the air. Even the surface of the river rippled because of this. Flash. Martial artists trained their physique, and it was one of the 5 main professions that specialized in training their energy. Since Division 13 had used their trump card, they could only let Yuga, who was of the same level, deal with it. Lin Yu said helplessly, Renette, you go and take care of Black Phantom. Easy, Renette said calmly. As an assassin with the ability to teleport, Renette thought that he was the nemesis of all snipers. Even if his opponent was Black Phantom, he would not be able to escape from the gentle swipe of the sharp blade in his hand on his neck, and another tired soul that had fallen into despair in this world was released. Renette had always thought of himself as an artist. The next second, the black fog flashed, and Renette's figure disappeared into thin air. He suddenly appeared in the driver's seat of the truck and stabbed his blade toward Han Xiao's neck. Teleport. Han Xiao was very alert, and he immediately covered his whole body with the magnetically controlled retractable armor. However, before the blade could hit him, Mad Blade's angry sword actually reacted and rushed forward, blocking the blade for Han Xiao, and died immediately. Both of them were shocked, but Han Xiao reacted in 0.1 seconds. With a murderous look in his eyes, he grabbed Renette's arm with one hand and activated the thermoelectric incisor gloves with the other hand. Amidst the buzzing sound of electricity, he slapped it on Renette's face, and the burnt smell quickly filled the air. Screams of agony. Renette was in so much pain that he was going crazy. He teleported back to the barge, but his arm felt heavy. He was shocked to find that Han Xiao had grabbed his arm and was being brought to the barge as well. Han Xiao snorted angrily and clawed at Renette's face. His 5 fingers quickly melted through his skull, and the damage values poured out like a waterfall. Renette was in so much pain that he howled like a wild beast. His face was beyond recognition. Han Xiao suddenly raised his hand and slammed down. With more than 50 points of strength, he directly smashed Renette's head into a pile of burnt meat. You have killed Renette, LV-46. Received 60,000 EXP. Killing a target 6 levels above you. Your personal damage output is 82%. You have received an additional 49,200 EXP. Second advancement, Progress 2-3 teleportation esper ability has a lot of potential, but at the same time, it's very brittle. It's suitable for an assassin. He thought that my weakness was close combat. Han Xiao took a deep breath. Teleportation was a pretty good esper ability. It seemed that as long as he was careful, he would be invincible. In reality, there were many subtle differences between teleportation esper abilities. For example, when teleporting, would the user disappear alone, or would they bring others with them? How big was the range? Would it be possible to teleport as far as the eye could see, or would it be possible to teleport just by imagining a place? What was the method of teleportation? Would it be a mental manifestation appearing out of thin air, or a physical recombination of molecules? Was the cost fixed, or did it depend on the distance? Was it purely teleportation? Did it have any attack power? The devil was hidden in the details. These were all fatal reasons. In his previous life, he had also met other people who could teleport. For example, there was a guy who could teleport physically. He crashed into the galactic battleship's ionization shield and was pulverized into dust. Another guy who could teleport just by imagining jumped an entire star system and was drained dry. Renette's teleportation clearly had both mental and physical factors. If one's limbs were grabbed, they would teleport together with the other creatures. It was a contact type of teleportation. Once one was entangled with others, they would be in danger. His sniper combat mode was obviously an important factor in Renette's death. This was also the illusion that Han Xiao wanted others to have. When an assassin felt that they could take his life at close range, it was often the prelude to death. This disguise directly caused the death of a teleportation esper. If it was a real battle, Han Xiao knew that he would not be able to do anything to Renette. Han Xiao straightened up and finally realized his situation. He was brought to the barge by Renette. Germinal organization soldiers surrounded him with guns in their hands, aiming at him from all angles. Surrounded by enemies, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he placed his hand on his chest. Open fire! Endless bullet screens drowned Han Xiao. However, the next moment, with Han Xiao as the center, a strong invisible force exploded. The enemies and vehicles within a 20-meter radius were all blown away and fell into the river. This area was cleared. Han Xiao was the only one left standing at the same spot. Only his chest was not covered by the magnetically controlled retractable armor, revealing a delicate device the size of a palm tied to his chest in the shape of a cross. It was still buzzing, and the sound gradually became softer until it finally stopped. Repulsive field drive type, special machine quality, green energy, 110-150, recharge required, effective range, 20 meters in diameter effect, releases a strong repulsive field, pushing away all objects within the range. Cooldown, 6 minutes. Remarks, get lost. After 2 months of research, Han Xiao had obtained a variety of blueprints, and he had long-armed himself. He took out the 2/3 enhanced berserk eagles from his waist, activated the electromagnetic hoverboots, and jumped to another barge. Since I'm already here, let's kill them all. With Renette's blood on his body, Han Xiao's fighting spirit soared, and he started a massacre on the barge. The berserk eagles kept firing, and the recoil did not make his wrist tremble at all. The large-caliber bullets pierced through the chest and forehead of the Germinal Organization soldiers, leaving a trail of corpses along the way. He was like a black phantom on the battlefield, and no one could stop him. Soon, he arrived at the barge where Li Yarlin and the others were. Han Xiao's reckless behavior quickly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yu was furious. Renette, that idiot, was not only killed, but he also brought this monster to the barge. They were almost at the estuary, and he still did this to him. Hurry up and finish off Black Phantom, Lin Yu shouted. He ordered all the executive officers that as the commander, he could not act rashly. Otherwise, there would be no one to monitor the situation. Hella had noticed Han Xiao long ago. She had been holding back her anger for a long time. She clapped her hands and blocked Li Yalin and the others with a mental attack. She took a deep breath and condensed the power of the dead. She turned around and let out a soundless scream at Han Xiao. She gathered all of her power and used it on Han Xiao, creating ripples in the air. It was as if a bomb had exploded in his brain. A sharp pain suddenly struck him. Han Xiao felt as if someone was stirring his brain with a spoon. His vision tilted, and his body uncontrollably fell to one side. He felt dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. The veins on his temples throbbed as if they were about to explode. His trigeminal nerve was in great pain. You have received 211 spirit damage. You are stunned. My intelligence attribute provides me with a certain amount of spirit resistance. Even so, I still received 200 points of damage. If I didn't have beginner strengthened life, I would have lost almost 1/5 of my HP. On a novice planet like this, Hellas' killing power was indeed terrifying. Enduring the pain in his head, he took out a silver grenade from his waist and threw it out. However, his aim was off and it landed 10 meters away from Hela. Hela thought it was the stun effect, so she did not pay much attention to it. She was ready to charge up another attack, but when the grenade exploded, there were no flames or shrapnel. There was only an ear-piercing high-pitched sound that directly impacted her eardrums. Hela's brain was in great pain. She also felt the world spinning. You can make people faint, so can I. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. Chapter 143. Stunning the enemy was the specialty of mental attacks. Their mental resistance was also very high. However, the explosive grenade would cause the stun on a physiological level and cause the ear water to vibrate. Therefore, it did not depend on one's mental resistance but on one's endurance. It was the nemesis of those who specialized in mental attacks. Hela was immediately hit. Her cold and elegant face was now filled with pain. She was tossing and turning like waves. No matter what Hela's background was, she only had one identity in battle, and that was the enemy. Han Xiao never knew how to spell the word soft-heartedness. He sprayed the two guns furiously, and the bullets were slanted on Hela's body, emptying the magazine. Then, before Hela could endure the pain and counterattack, he kicked her abdomen with the high-speed inertia with his electromagnetic hoverboots, sending her flying into the air. She crashed through the railing and fell into the river. The surface of the river was dyed red with blood, and Hela's body sank into the river. Han Xiao naturally did not believe that Hela would die, and there was no notification on the interface. He estimated that after this series of attacks, Hela would be able to recover in a short while, so there was no need to worry for the time being. This kind of troublesome enemy can't be killed. We can't fight them head-on. As this thought flashed through his mind, Han Xiao finally had the time to look at Li Yuelin and the others. His former teammates were looking at him in surprise. Black Phantom? Zhong Wei asked tentatively. For some reason, he found the name familiar. It seemed that she did not recognize him. That was good. Considering the hatred the Germinal organization had for Zero, it was safer to continue hiding. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, but Li Yuelin suddenly screamed. Han Xiao? Han Xiao was puzzled. Han Xiao? Who was that? You've got the wrong person. It's you. You're still pretending. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Li Yuelin gnashed her teeth. Damn, how did you recognize it? How could I not fool him with my superb acting skills? Han Xiao was very surprised. You little girl, you don't play by the rules. The other members of the team were stunned. They were 30% suspicious of Li Yuelin's judgment, but 70% believing it. They sized up Han Xiao from head to toe. At this moment, he was dressed in black and had dual pistols in his hands. He looked elegant and drenched in blood. More importantly, he had revealed his face. So that's what you look like. Zhong Wei murmured. He finally understood why Han Xiao used to wear a mask. When he was serving in Stardragon's Scapegoat Bureau, Han Xiao was always wearing a mask. The team members didn't know Han Xiao's true face, and they didn't know Han Xiao's true identity. They immediately thought that the face under the facial simulator was Han Xiao's true face. They originally thought that he would be very handsome. Who would have thought that the famous Black Phantom was actually a former teammate? Everyone's feelings were very complicated. They were very shocked and full of doubts. Was he really that strong in the past? Why didn't he reveal it? Why did he leave Star Dragon and become an assassin? Why did the higher-ups even allow it? Wait, he had become the Black Phantom of the Darknet, and the attitude of the higher-ups was ambiguous. Could it be that this was actually a secret mission? You're mistaken. There's no time for nonsense. The enemy is here, Han Xiao said righteously. Li Yalin's eyes were spitting fire. It's useless even if you deny it. That's right. He must be following the orders of the higher-ups to carry out a secret mission. That's why he can't reveal his identity. Could it be that Star Dragon is going to attack the Darknet? Everyone was shocked. A misunderstanding had unknowingly formed. The conversation happened very quickly. They were on the battlefield, so they could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and focus on dealing with the enemy. The battle between Star Dragon's assault force and the German organization's soldiers was very fierce. Supers were everywhere using their powers. The screams and gunfire played a symphony together. A German organization executive officer rushed toward Han Xiao and the others. Han Xiao pointed his pistol at him. His meaning was obvious. Zhong Wei and the others naturally had no objections and fought side by side. While the German organization executive officer was running, his body expanded like a balloon and turned into a 4-meter-tall white beast. He looked like a wolf, running on the deck, and his weight made the deck tremble. He opened his bloody mouth and bit toward them. His movements were full of strength and beauty. Shape-shifting Esper abilities were a common branch. There were all kinds of strange forms that crossed the boundaries of races. Some were strong and some were weak. It was said that it was related to genetic atavism and genetic mutation. Some shapeshifters would become mutated creatures, but they could also become wild beasts. This kind of Esper ability was most common on planets with a magical background. Some shapeshifters could even pass down their Esper ability through reproduction, forming a bloodline, or they could awaken this kind of Esper ability through training. Science and magic were different civilizations. There were differences in the cognition of certain things. The methods of research were also different, and the stages of development had their own characteristics. The white wolf jumped on the deck and bit. Han Xiao, Zhong Wei, and the others worked together to fight this executive officer. This time, he played the role of a bystander and let Zhong Wei be the main tank while he shot from the side. Occasionally, he would close in and cut off a piece of flesh with the thermoelectric incisor gloves. Yu also used 2 guns, and his movements were smooth. He was originally proud of this, but when he saw Han Xiao's clean, simple, and unflashy double gun technique, he suddenly felt like he was a juggler and lacked a murderous aura. No wonder he is the famous Black Phantom of the underground world. He is so good with 2 guns. Yu was impressed. Originally, joining Zhong Wei's team was an order from the higher-ups. He had never heard of Zhong Wei's team having any particularly good battle results. He did not expect that the monstrous Black Phantom was actually a member of this team. The White Wolf was beaten black and blue. When it realized that it was not strong enough and that the other executive officers were too busy to help, it turned around and tried to escape. Han Xiao was already prepared. He aimed his guns at the eyes of the White Wolf and fired, activating the flaming will that had finished its cooldown. This time, he was lucky enough to get 2 times the damage. Bang! The White Wolf's eyes exploded, and it groaned in pain. It fell on the deck, and the whole barge shook. Zhong Wei immediately followed up with another attack. He had already used up all his ammunition, and an alloy blade grew out of his armor. The K-600 endoskeleton powered him, and he jumped up and slammed into the White Wolf's body. The alloy blade crazily stabbed many wounds. The others did not stay idle either. They swarmed up and killed the White Wolf. At this time, the fleet finally reached the estuary. The assault boats that were supporting the assault team appeared on the river and signaled for retreat. Zhong Wei turned to Han Xiao and asked, Han, Black Phantom, do you want to retreat with us? No need. Han Xiao waved his hand. Okay, thank you for your help. I will remember, and so will Star Dragon. Zhong Wei's tone was meaningful. He turned around and jumped onto the assault boats with his team members. Li Yarlin looked at Han Xiao deeply. While the people of Division 13 were retreating, Han Xiao activated his electromagnetic hoverboots and jumped back to the shore. He rushed to the truck that had been following them automatically. He jumped into the driver's seat and switched to manual driving. He immediately escaped from the riverbank. Hella, who was drenched, climbed onto the boat. Her head was still dizzy, and she stared in the direction of the truck. She had always been the one to deal with others like this, but this time, she was the one who got her revenge. Black Phantom, I will remember you. Hella's eyes were cold, and the wounds on her body healed quickly. The Germinal fleet reached the estuary. They fired torpedoes and detonated the mine formation in advance. The explosion created huge waves and successfully entered the sea. Hessler's naval forces also recovered and chased after them. The submarines of both sides restrained each other, and the Germinal fleet went deep into the sea. From a strategic point of view, the Germinal organization broke through the blockade and successfully escaped. However, from a battle perspective, the Germinal organization lost at least 70% of its troops, while Stardragon and Hessler's losses were less than 1/10 of the Germinal organization's. It could not be considered a victory for the Germinal organization. Although they did not manage to intercept all of the Germinal organization's troops, the two countries had achieved the strategic goal of attacking the enemy to a greater extent. Overall, the winner of this battle was still Stardragon and Hessler. Through the window, Han Xiao looked at the sea. The flames of the naval battle were fading away in his vision. He shook his head. The battle is over. Han Xiao looked at Mad Blade, who had revived and was sitting in the passenger seat. He wrote a generous mission without any requirements. Mad Blade had blocked the attack for him. Although he did not need it, he would not be stingy with the experience points. The introduction of the mission was a reward for blocking the attack. Mad Blade was very surprised. He did it completely subconsciously. It did not matter if he died, but he could not let anything happen to Han Xiao. He did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise, and this made him even more determined to rely on Han Xiao. Second advancement, Progress 3-3. The executive officer Giant Wolf that he had killed with Zhong Wei and the others was a LV-45 character. Because it was a team kill, the additional experience points were not much, but it was considered to have completed the cross-level kill requirement. This also meant that Chapter 144. Being on the battlefield now was not the best time to advance. Of course, he had to leave the battlefield first. He first dealt with the other information, such as Battle of the Tedramira River. The final evaluation was B. He received 450,000 EXP, which was more than he expected. The EXP accumulated on the interface was in the millions. Dust of the Fallen Seeds, SA-level mission progress increased by 2%, and the reward of active sabotage was even better. The Germinal organization's evacuation force was a mix of various bases. Since Stardragon and Hessler had destroyed them, he could also get a share of the loot. The total progress was 21%, which was the requirement to complete the mission successfully. There was no more progress to be gained in the southern continent. The interception war in the western continent and the northern continent would also take place today, so the progress would probably increase a little. After that, if he wanted to increase the progress, he could only go to the Germinal organization's base camp, Andrea. There was still progress to be gained in the future, so naturally, Han Xiao would not end Dust of the Fallen Seeds immediately. The minimum requirement was 20%, and he had already completed it. This gave him confidence. Since he could complete the mission at any time, he was not in a hurry to complete the mission. He would try to get a higher evaluation. According to his experience, the higher the evaluation of the A-level mission, the more special the final reward would be. Not only EXP, but also skills, talents, potential points, special items, and even attribute points were not impossible. Driving the truck, Han Xiao arrived at the location where the Darknet's helicopter was parked. The pilot was already on standby. He packed up the useful machinery in the truck and threw it onto the helicopter. Then, he blew up the truck, leaving no trace. The truck cost him a lot of money, but he had plenty of money in his account, so he did not care about the cost of the truck. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. Han Xiao was glad that he knew how to make money. The market potential of the players was huge, so he did not need to worry about money in the short term. He did not want to experience the days when he was a mechanic again. They say that men become bad when they have money. It's true. Han Xiao sighed. He took a few puffs of his cigarette, sat on the helicopter, and ordered the pilot to take off. The rotors blew a strong wind, and the land in his sight gradually shrank. Han Xiao retracted his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. The dark sea waves rolled, and the sea breeze carried the smell of blood. After escaping the pursuit, the Germinal organization's fleet sailed on the boundless sea. The main ship turned on the anti-detection device to prevent being discovered by satellites. There were many ownerless orbiting satellites in Blue Star's outer space. They were all left behind by the fallen countries of the old era. Some of these satellites were taken over by the Six Nations, some fell into the hands of other forces, some became public satellites for hackers, and some became space junk. Every ship had scorch marks from the explosion. The maintenance workers were busy repairing them, nailing steel plates to the gaps and repairing the damaged mechanical components. The idle armed personnel were cleaning the deck and washing away the bloodstains. They had suffered heavy losses trying to break through the blockade. Just the executive officers alone had lost 17 of them, and Han Xiao had killed 3 of them by himself. Lin Yu reported the details of the battle to the leader and emphasized this matter. Black Phantom's interference made the leader very surprised. At the same time, he was very angry. This made him feel like the Germinal organization had become a toothless tiger that could be bullied by anyone. Because of this, he hated Zero even more. He disrupted the organization's plans and even dragged the organization into a dangerous situation. The leader would occasionally think of the conversation when Zero had escaped from the laboratory. That traitor had kept his promise. Every time he thought of it, it made him even angrier. However, the leader only added Black Phantom to the observation list. He did not have the energy to pay attention to a small assassin. The next step of the organization was the leader's biggest problem. All the bases in the 3 continents had been evacuated. They had lost the initiative, and the Six Nations had no more worries. It was very likely that they would seize this opportunity to start a war and attack Andrea first. This was not what the leader wanted to see. The organization's strength was greatly damaged, and he urgently needed time to recover. Furthermore, Zero, who had the ability to predict the future, had to be eliminated. The Germinal organization had been operating in Andrea for a long time. If the Six Nations wanted to attack, they had no other choice but to land and fight. Launch an intercontinental nuclear bomb? Not to mention that there were still civilians living in Andrea, the Germinal organization also had land-based anti-missile facilities. If they were forced into a corner, they could activate the Hand of Death system and destroy the world. Of course, this was the last resort and could not be used as a trump card. Even if it was used as a threat, the Six Nations would not let the Germinal organization continue to develop. Perhaps Red Maple, Ordina, and Hessler would compromise and scheme behind the scenes. However, the reckless Theseus and the crazy Raylan would definitely not care about any form of compromise. They would only launch an even fiercer counterattack. You want to die together? Go ahead and try. If you frown, you lose. In the original storyline, the 4 continents were the battlefields of the Germinal organization of the Six Nations. Those secret bases restricted the Six Nations and had a huge impact on the war situation. It was like the difference between holding a straight and a bomb in one's hand when playing do de jeu. At the climax of the war, the Germinal organization was defeated and almost destroyed. That was when the Hand of Death system was exposed. As there were not many armed forces left, some of the politicians of the Six Nations chose to compromise. In the eyes of some people, the goal of defeating the Germinal organization had been achieved. There was no need to fight head-on anymore. Furthermore, the Six Nations had also suffered losses, so they decided to focus on containment and let the remaining germinal organization stay in Andrea. After all, it was an abandoned land that no one wanted. Although they could not eliminate the root of the problem, they could prevent the germinal organization from rising again. The current situation was that the nail that restricted the Six Nations had been removed. The germinal organization had lost its powerful means of threatening the Six Nations, such as massacring civilians and destroying cities. Only the base camp in Andrea was left. The Six Nations could combine their forces and go on expeditions to their heart's content. This put the germinal organization in a very bad situation. The most important thing now was to divert the attention of the Six Nations and not give them the time and resources to start a war. The leader thought about it again and again but could not come up with a good idea. Leader, Base 013 has an emergency report. It's about a recently successful test subject of the Genetic Improvement Program. This is the observation record. An assistant handed over a report. The leader had a headache whenever he heard the word test subject. He took the report and glanced at it. Suddenly, he paused. Seeing this, the assistant added, "Cases like this have appeared on more than one person. The following is the list." According to the investigation of the intelligence personnel, this phenomenon seems to be happening on a large scale and spreading like a contagious disease. The leader was silent for a long time as if he was digesting the information. Suddenly, a cold laugh came out from under the mask. Strange phenomenon. Maybe luck is on our side. The Six Nations are going to be busy. In the room on the ship, the light bulb was dim and flickering unsteadily. Hella took off her black combat suit and counted the wounds on her body in front of the mirror. The most obvious one was a scabbed bullet hole on the side of her ribs. The black blood stain was shocking. Hella was expressionless. She rubbed the wound a few times with her fingers. The scab fell off, revealing new tender flesh. She looked at her body in the mirror. Her skin was smooth and white without any old scars. Only she remembered how many times she had been injured. Hella lowered her eyes. Her long eyelashes covered her eyes. She put on her clothes again and looked at the dark sea outside the porthole silently. Live and wait for the next battle. Zhong Wei's team returned on Division 13's private plane. Other than Zhong Wei, who was writing the report, the rest of the team closed their eyes to rest. Say, how did Han Xiao become Black Phantom? Li Yarlin suddenly opened her eyes. She was confused. What? Brother Xiao is Black Phantom? Lin Yarrow was shocked. He did not participate in the battle, so he did not know about this. Zhong Wei told them what had happened. Lin Yarrow was stunned. After a while, he could not help but ask, "Are you sure? I can recognize him even if he turns into ashes." Li Yarlin sneered. As a creditor, she was that confident. "Aren't we going to get him back?" His departure was very strange. He must have taken on a secret mission. When I submit the report later, I will ask the higher-ups. Zhong Wei shook his head. Li Yarlin could not help but say, "Help me ask when he plans to return the money." Zhong Wei was speechless. "Little Lin Lin, you don't look injured." Di Su Su, who was on the same plane, walked over. Li Yarlin's face fell. She snorted arrogantly and turned her head away, ignoring her. Di Su Su did not stand on ceremony. She squeezed past the shy Lin Yarrow and sat down next to Li Yalin with a teasing smile on her face. Li Yalin hurriedly moved away as if Di Su Su was the source of the virus. Chapter 145. Li Yalin's eyes lit up. She was sure that Black Phantom was Han Xiao. She was very curious about what had happened to him after he left Division 13. Ignoring her dislike for Di Su Su, she asked, "What was he doing when you met him?" His codename was still Mr. Black, a Scorpion-level assassin. He was participating in a defense mission in Seagull City. He was related to the leader of the Darknet. Li Yalin hurriedly asked, "Did you get any other information?" Di Su Su raised her eyebrows. "Why are you so concerned?" "I'm very curious about him." Li Yalin had no choice but to explain. She felt that Han Xiao must have his reasons for becoming Black Phantom. He could not reveal his identity so easily. Curious? Oh no, this was usually the first step in love. She had to nip it in the bud. Di Su's eyes narrowed, but her smile did not change. She said slowly, "Hehe, I got some information about Black Phantom from a female assassin with the codename Golden Fox." 5 minutes later, everyone was in a daze. It took them a long time to digest this huge amount of information. Lin Yarrow was trembling, and Lambert had stopped cleaning his knife. Li Lin mumbled to herself, "No wonder he didn't have any impulse when he touched me." You felt his throat dry up. He thought to himself that if Han Xiao returned to the team in the future, he would have to stay away from him. The next time you see him, remember to be careful. Di Su chuckled as she left. She then stood up and left, leaving the rest of the team looking at each other. Zhong Wei coughed. "He's our teammate after all. Don't discriminate against him." Everyone nodded hesitantly. Zhong Wei coughed twice and continued writing his report. However, he realized that the information just now made him feel uneasy. He could not calm down no matter what. He braced himself and finished the report. He immediately got up and went to find his superior. After handing in the report, he requested to speak with the minister. After a few minutes of waiting, his request was approved. The call was connected, and the bald head of the minister appeared on the screen. Zhong Wei went straight to the point. "We saw Han Xiao." The head of the Secret Service was shocked. Ever since the information was leaked, Han Xiao had disappeared without a trace. Although Division 13 had stopped the search for Han Xiao, they were still very curious about Han Xiao's whereabouts. The head of the Secret Service became serious. "Speak." Zhong Wei carefully chose his words and told them how he found out that Black Phantom was Han Xiao. The head of the Secret Service thought that Zhong Wei had seen Han Xiao with his own eyes, but he did not expect that it was just a conjecture without any evidence. He was stunned for a while and had a strange expression on his face. He held back his laughter and said, "You got the wrong person. How could Black Phantom be Han Xiao?" One was a super assassin in the Darknet, and that was a very high-level combat power. Although Han Xiao had shown his strength before, he was still too weak compared to Black Phantom. There was no comparison at all. This guess was too ridiculous. The head of the Secret Service wanted to laugh. He wanted to tell Zhong Wei that Han Xiao was zero, but after thinking about it, he swallowed his words. There was a confidentiality rule in the Bureau, and no one was allowed to reveal Zero's identity. Although there was no need to hide Han Xiao's whereabouts, and the Germinal organization's strength was greatly damaged, rules were rules. After all, Han Xiao was a special agent, and this could reduce the risk and trouble. Therefore, even if the Germinal organization knew that Zero was working with Stardragon, they could not find him. The head of the Secret Service felt that there was no need to let Zhong Wei's team know about this. Zhong Wei's team had never seen Han Xiao's real face, so they did not know that his real identity was Zero. About Han Xiao's identity, he can't be Black Phantom. Zhong Wei was stunned and misunderstood. He thought that the head of the Secret Service was trying to tell him not to care about this matter anymore. So, Han Xiao was most likely sent by the higher-ups on a special mission, and his identity had to be kept a secret. "I understand." Zhong Wei gave him a look. The head of the Secret Service was a little confused. "What do you understand? Why is that look so weird?" Stardragon's Division 13 finished sorting out all the reports and information, and the conclusion was handed to the 7-member committee. The 7-member committee held a meeting to sort out all the important issues that needed to be discussed. In the end, only Black Phantom was left. The 6 people except Jiu Hui knew about Black Phantom's reputation in the Darknet, and the topic of discussion was their attitude toward Black Phantom. He provided help, but I'm not sure if it was the Darknet's idea or his own action. An old man knocked on the table and said slowly, "The Darknet contacted us a while ago, and they are preparing to start the Sanctuary plan. They are requesting for our material aid, so this should be the Darknet's way of expressing goodwill to us through Black Phantom." Everyone nodded. The Darknet had always been neutral, and if they showed a bias toward the 6 nations, it was no doubt a good thing. The 7-member committee quickly came to a conclusion. They supported the Darknet sanctuary plan, approved the material aid, and tried to rope them in. After the meeting, Gu Hui and manager Gao pushed open the door of the meeting room and left the empty corridor side by side. They were discussing another matter in low voices. Is there no news about Han Xiao? Ever since he provided the information 2 months ago, he disappeared without a trace. Gu Hui shook his head. Han Xiao was the information provider, and Division 13 wanted to contact him again, but he did not pick up their calls or reply to their messages. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth, and no one knew what he was doing. Thinking about Han Xiao's despicable ways, Gu Hui's heart sank. Will he be up to no good again? As for Zhong Wei's guess, Gu Hui had only heard it briefly from the head of the Secret Service, so he did not pay much attention to it. How could Black Phantom be Han Xiao? His looks and combat ability did not match. Zhong Wei's team did not know Han Xiao's real identity, so they made wild guesses. However, Gu Hui knew that Han Xiao was 0, so the information was not balanced, and this led to the misunderstanding. The Darknet had updated the information, and some information about the Battle of Tedramira River was leaked. Most people were worried about the future situation, and they felt that the shadow of war had once again shrouded the planet. The information included the news of Black Phantom's participation in the battle. Many forces were paying attention to this super assassin, and the information showed that Black Phantom was a powerful mechanic. Speaking of which, there were many powerful espers and pugilists, but there were only a few mechanics with strong combat ability, so Black Phantom's name should be added to the list. He still made a lot of noise. Bennett looked helpless as he drank a mouthful of medicinal tea to suppress his internal injuries. Wang Yuan suddenly received a call, and his face was filled with joy. Star Dragon has agreed to provide us with material assistance. Bennett was a little surprised. That was not a small amount, and Star Dragon had actually agreed to it just like that. What did they say? He asked. They are very grateful for our help. Bennett was confused. Help? What did we do? On second thought, Bennett realized that Star Dragon must have misunderstood that Black Phantom was sent by them. Black Phantom was the symbol of the Blood Pact Society, and his actions would always be labeled as part of the Darknet. Bennett did not know whether to laugh or cry. Black Phantom had done him a favor by accident, so of course, he would not clear up this beautiful misunderstanding. He said helplessly, "Sigh, I guess I owe him a favor. By the way, what did Hessler say?" Wang Yuan pushed his black-rimmed glasses, and a strange light flashed through the lenses. Humph, they are still refusing. Bennett shook his head. He knew Hessler's style, and only Star Dragon was easy to talk to. If they wanted to get some material from the other 5 countries, they would not even think about it without some negotiation. We have received Star Dragon's help, and the initial resources are almost enough. Let's start the shelter plan as soon as possible. The war will break out at any time, and the sooner we implement it, the more people we can shelter. Sleepy Winter and the other 2 completed the faction mission, Battle of Tedramira River. Naturally, the rating was low, but because it was a super-level mission, the EXP was considerable. They should have been happy, but when they thought of Mad Blade's performance, they suddenly felt that the mission reward was not enough. Comparisons would affect their mood, and it did not feel good to fall behind others, not to mention that the person who surpassed them was a player who started out at the same time. Rainy Kim did not have much of a reaction, but Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice were a little depressed. After thinking for a while, Sleepy Winter sent a chat request to Mad Blade. Mad Blade? Sleepy Winter, why are you looking for me? Mad Blade's tone was humble. I want to ask, did you trigger a hidden quest? We saw you on the battlefield. Sleepy Winter sent the video over. You guys are here too? Mad Blade was a little surprised. Why does he sound a little annoyed? Sleepy Winter coughed, chatted for a while, and then asked about Black Phantom. The video also recorded Black Phantom. Sleepy Winter naturally knew this high-level figure who appeared in Big Horn Village, and he was very curious about Mad Blade's opportunity. However, Mad Blade kept talking about random things and did not get to the point. Sleepy Winter knew that he was not willing to share the hidden quest, so he could only say goodbye and hang up.
He didn't say?
Twinkle Fried Rice asked. No. Sleepy Winter shook his head. He was a little envious of Mad Blade, but the hidden quest was hard to come by. He suddenly had an idea. Why don't we try looking for Black Phantom too? The sky was turning bright. According to Han Xiao's request, the helicopter landed on a hill in the wilderness. Han Xiao told the pilot to wait for orders, got off the helicopter, and took a deep breath. The fresh air made him feel refreshed. After flying for half a night, they were far away from the Tedramira River. He was preparing to advance here, and Mad Blade just went offline. When players went offline, they would suddenly disappear, which gave the pilot a shock. Seeing that Han Xiao's expression was normal, he suppressed his surprise. The players showed their uniqueness everywhere. Although there were all kinds of Esper abilities in this world, which made people very receptive to abnormal things, as time passed, the uniqueness of the players would be discovered sooner or later. By then, some interesting changes would occur. Han Xiao could not wait to see this happen. It would prove some of his conjectures. Shaking off these thoughts, Han Xiao focused on the interface. The advancement requirement had been met, and he would advance as long as he leveled up. He looked at the experience he had accumulated in the past 2 months. After deducting the cost of upgrading skills and combining blueprints, he now had a total of 1 million experience points. Finally, it's time for the second advancement. Han Xiao was secretly happy. His leveling speed was like sitting on a rocket, especially after the appearance of the players. He had a very large channel of experience points. After this advancement, he would officially become one of the top fighters on planet Aquamarine. This was just the beginning. It meant that he would be able to step into places that he previously thought were dangerous. He would be able to obtain rare talents and skills, trigger dangerous missions, talents, skills, and equipment. These would have a huge impact on his combat strength. He was already half a step into the door to become a boss like Bennett and Heller, who had a full set of molding abilities. Level up. Han Xiao put in his experience points. Trainee Mechanic, leveled up to LV5. Plus 50 energy, plus 1 DEX, plus 1 END, plus 4 INT, plus 3 free attribute points, plus 1 potential point. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.